Yes, this is what you need. Okay, thank you. Hello, morning, everyone. Just making sure that we've got levels and all is well. Ideally, this should give us a better channel feed and oh no, my mic is off. That's fine. I thought my mic was on. So my mic is off, my mic is off, my mic is off. That's cool, that's cool, that's cool. Okay. This looks okay. Um, the channels, the channels, the channels, the channels, the channels, the channels. Though
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Our audience online, I just want to tell you that we are about to start. The program director for today is Dr. Nduli. She'll be here in any moment. She's actually here. We're just about to start. Thank you so much for joining. One, two, 1, 2.
Okay, already visible. They can see you on Teams there. So
Transformation. Good morning to you all. My name is Mangele Ntuli. I'll be your program director for today. On this wonderful day, the Technology Day. Let me start by observing protocol, by first acknowledging the presence of our host, our mother, the regional director of the Gauteng region, Ms. Moiponi Masalisa, who's sitting on the right side of me, and our co-host of this technology enhanced learning, Mr. Lucas Rampe, who is the technology enhanced coordinator for the Gauteng region. To our esteemed guests, Mrs. Matabo Nakene, the Vice Principal Information and Communication Technology, we are honored to have you in our midst. Some of us are seeing you for the first time, and this is a good time, really, because normally we are used to virtual, photos, seeing people online, but it's good that we are seeing here for the first time today. I'm talking for myself, by the way. I don't know about others. To our stakeholder, Dr. Maliku Tubupape, the Acting Executive Director in the Department of Leadership and Transformation. I call him our first relative. Dr. Bupape, you are our first relative because, whenever we talk transformation in the region, we refer, his name always pops up. So we are greeting you as Gauteng region. And I also want to greet Prof. Paul Prinsloo, who's the researcher who is the research professor in the open and distance learning all the way from Mauritius. That's the wonders of technology. It has connected us. Imagine if it was during those times, he was supposed to fly back, home so that he can honor this occasion. Yeah, I must say that he has become our second relative in the Gauteng region because he has always been with us. Last year and early this year, he was with us when we were hosting our academic literacy workshop in all the regions, and he came in to support us. We are saying hello to you, Professor Paul. And I also want to say good morning to our Gauteng regional management who is amongst us, even our Gauteng regional staff who are present online and even physical. You can see their beautiful faces. I don't know whether the camera can see them, but I see them on your behalf. Yeah, sitting next to me is the Vice Principal ICT, Mrs. Nakene. Colleagues, today marks the 8th Technology Day in Gauteng region. This event has been held since 2014. You can imagine, it has been, we have been naming it in different ways. We have been having various themes for this day. And just to mention but a few, in 2020, we had the very same day, and its theme was how to become a digital citizen instead of becoming a digital immigrant. In 2021, that was last year, our theme was being digitally streetwise. You can imagine that with these, our students, they are always anxious. They always want to learn from such days. So this year, we thought that we should address issues of transformation in digital learning and in technology. And also to see how technology continues to be instrumental in our transformation agenda in the education sector and in many platforms of engagement. The question is, how does technology impact our staff and students in delivering support? Colleagues, our program for today is displayed. Can you please display it? And our presenters will be given 50 minutes. That will include even the interaction between the participants and the presenters themselves. So presenters will be given 30 to 35 minutes to present. And then the remaining minutes will be for interaction with attendees. I therefore request that we try and adhere to the time allocated and leave our platform and even this venue while we are still excited. Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, allow me to call the host, Ms. Masalisa, to come and do the official opening of this event. Welcome, and over to you, Madam Ardi.
I'm not sure whether the mic is meant for the people that have virtually connected, but I know that my voice is actually very much audible. The community of Unisa, our guest today, please pardon me as you will see me reading, because my communication manager says I talk a lot, and then he said, you just look at the script, you read what I have written, you don't add, because I know that if you are going to add, you are going to talk too much, and then you're going to take our time. Program Director Memanduli, Dr. Nduli, colleagues that are connected virtually, Dr. Prince, Professor Prince Lo from Mauritius, we envy you. Dr. Malikutu Bupape, the father of Gauteng region. I know he's a relative, but as I was growing through the ranks in Unisa, these are the people who were traveling the journey with me. And I'm happy to say that Abu Professor Prince Lo, Nabo Dr. Malikutu Bupape, are the people that were just holding me with hands as we were continuing. But Dr. Nduli, Program Director, I would like to say that good morning to everyone in our midst, those who have connected virtually, either by Facebook or by Teams. You are all welcome. As already introduced, my name is Mimponi Seni Masalesa. I'm the Regional Director, Gauteng. And my task this morning is very hospitable and the friendliest one of just welcoming you in this auspicious technology event. I'm qualifying it before we end it up because I know it's gonna be really an enjoyable one. I should be indicating the purpose of the workshop, but there is somebody who owns this technology day who is going to discuss to you the purpose of the event. But I should indicate that we as a host, we actually love our place, Gauteng region. You can see our chairs and everything, for those who are with us here, are very old, and we shouldn't be sitting on the tables like this, but having a very nice podium that we are standing on when we are talking. But we are not ashamed. But Mr. Resources Ntateke Kana, I'm saying to you that we must change, we must look modern. Today we are having the most highest level type of breed of people in our midst. And we don't want them to know Gauteng region as people that keeps the old furnitures and whatever, because we always say Gauteng rocks. We really want to show them that we are rocking. Ladies and gentlemen, it is, however, very important for me to highlight that the theme for today's event is digital transformation. The purpose of the theme is to start a conversation about transformation in the university in a manner that will encourage the shared responsibility and accountability. Transformation in the university happens in many forms, but as Gauteng region, we have decided to focus on the following. Number one, which is culture change. And we're talking culture change, espousing the values of the university. But now the culture is within digital transformation. How do we cope in the digital space? Our speakers will help us understand if we are ready to change the university culture to align with the digital transformation that we aspire. Secondly, we will focus on to outline the digital transformation, where we will understand how far we are in our country. And lastly, we will also zoom into the digital transformation in Unisa, whereby Dr. Malikutu Bupabe, the Acting Executive Director, Department of Leadership and Transformation, will address us on the genesis of transformation. We have already indicated that Professor Paul Prinsloo, who is a research professor in open distance learning at Unisa, I joined him from the cool Mauritius, who I wish I was there. But this shows us the beauty of technology. Ladies and gentlemen, we are also privileged to have our Honorable VP, ICT, Chief Information Officer, Me Matabonakeni. I would like you to give him a very big clap. I remember the first time when I saw Menagene, it was at Fire and Ice Protea, where she has just recently joined Unisa. And by the look of things, when I look at her, I said, yo, Unisa, you're the poor girl. That word is not good. Yo. And then I was really having goosebumps for her. But immediately when she took the stage, I said, okay. Oh, all right. And then, wow. So fortunately today as Gauteng region, we are blessed to have our VP ICT together with us today. She will assist us to understand the strategy of the university regarding digital transformation. Mematabu, welcome to Unisa Gauteng region. That's where we are. And I will take you to my office after this so that you can be able to see our offices as well. We really are very much delighted to have you in our midst today. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe I have fully introduced a little, but we will get the full introductions later. And we hope that the lessons that we are learning from this event will assist us in realizing the fruits of digital transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, we have decided to have a hybrid session for this session. I take this moment to also welcome the participants joining us online via YouTube and MS Teams. In closing, As I hand over to the program director, Dr. Ntuli, I would like to remind our audience that Gauteng Region is also hosting a VP, Ntatebo Pape. I have earlier on said we are rocking. Gauteng Region rocks. So you will see that there's no dull moment in Gauteng Region. So we are hosting International Literacy Collaboration on the 8th of September this week. I encourage all students and colleagues to join us as we collaborate with the City of Johannesburg Public Libraries under the theme of Transforming Literacy Learning Spaces. The event is conducted again in hybrid format. You may attend in the comfort of your home or office or in person. We are looking forward for you to support the event for a sustainable collaboration. The region also has an open day this Friday, 9th and 10th. 10th will be on a Saturday. Anyone, Dr. Bupape and our VP, if you would like, you have your spare time, we can visit Johannesburg so that you can be able to see that we are having a biggest center that I normally say it's bigger than other regions. It's very big, Johannesburg, almost equal to KZN. So I do have 2 regions in one. So we will also there be catered on showcasing all the available services in the university. And we invite our students to be there because students of Unisa, we are doing this for you. We want to walk with you on the journey, the student walk from application, registration, up to the graduation. Stick with us, and then we will make you very successful. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I declare this officially opened, and you are most welcome into this event. So you can see that it's already auspicious. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam RD, for the beautiful words. You know, when the mother of the house has already welcomed you, you honestly feel welcome and you are able to relax and say, yeah, ngempela, I'm home. You know, I can do whatever I like. Children of the house will not do. So, colleagues, you are welcome online. You are welcome physically. You are welcome. So we thank you, Madam RD. Colleagues, without any further ado, may I request Mr. Lucas Rampe, our Technology Enhanced Coordinator for the for the Gauteng region, to come and explain to us what is this, what is the purpose of this event. Perhaps we are attending without understanding. Let him give us an understanding from his point of view. Thank you. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Morning, colleagues. Morning, esteemed guests. I think mine is simple. We had a lot of discussions with students in the past few months, especially the first semester. And we felt they don't see the vision of the university in a digital space. And I gave them an example somewhere in a radio show that usually the responsibility was only on Unisa for you to pass. You just had to study. But now we share responsibilities. For example, if you write exam, if your network or PC or something on your site is not working, you're not going to have a successful exam. If on our side our systems are off, So it's no longer 80-20, it's 50-50. So, and I think this transformation, it's a bit difficult for students. Hence I said, maybe students and staff don't know how much effort the university is putting to make sure we transform. And it's not even on a digital space only, hence you see Dr. Bopape here. So that they must understand the genesis of transformation. From gender to class, even class issues are a big problem. If today someone does not have data and is not here, they're missing out. So it is us starting that discussion and making sure the students and the staff understand that this transformation is painful, but it's a shared responsibility between staff, students, and the university. So I hope we would kickstart this conversation in the university, especially in the digital space. Mantu.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rampe, for making us to understand, especially for students. Transformation is key to our students because they need to understand that it's no longer business as usual. It's business unusual with the introduction of and the transformation thereof. So I believe that our students will understand this genesis as it is going to be unfolded by our Honorable Dr. Malikutu Bopape, as he will be taking us through in this topic so that we are educated. Colleagues, when I looked at this and I said, topic number one said, the genesis of transformation. And I asked myself that, by the way, the first thing that came into my mind with the Genesis is the first book of the Bible. It's the beginning, you know. And as you begin, you cannot just begin and stand, but you must begin and continue and walk, you know. So I believe that Dr. Bopape will do justice to this topic as he will be taking us through to the origins of this technology, the transformation thereof, etc., etc. So allow me at this point in time, without wasting any time, to introduce to you our first speaker, Dr. Malikutu Bopape, who's an acting executive director in the Department of Leadership and Transformation in the Office of the Principal and Vice Chancellor. He has been involved in higher education transformation for 15 years as a manager, deputy director, and acting executive director. His substantive position is deputy director, culture change in the Department of Leadership and Transformation. He also served for 5 years as a performance management specialist and later core project leader responsible for designing and implementing a performance management system for academic staff at Unisa. He has worked in the Department of African Languages for 16 years as a lecturer, senior lecturer and language head, Northern Sotho section. His area of interest is oral history, transformation, and institutional culture change. He has published articles and read papers at both national and international conferences. Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues and students, I am happy to present to you our one and only Dr. Bopape. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. First of all, saying I am guaranteed for this. I am in this to your colleague too. what we have. Fellow panelists, Ms. Senageli, VP and CIO, Professor Gauteng, the OT specialist, RD, thank you for your kind words and colleagues and those present today. Indeed, the topic that I've been given is very tricky, the genesis of transformation. I didn't know that you are a religious person because you refer to the Bible, which is indeed true. When I saw the topic, yes, it fascinated me. But colleagues, let me take you through and then let's see whether in taking you through the genesis of transformation, you understand where I'm coming from. I thought I would firstly have to talk to you about the conceptualization of transformation at Unisa and share with you what I regard as multi-layered and multi-dimensional nature of transformation. And then attempt to venture, I hope Lena will not kill me, attempt to venture into digitalization debate briefly and share with you what I think this particular process should entail and should be careful of, and then I conclude. Colleague, transformation is a very tricky concept. It is tricky in the sense that if we do not, and this has been justified by a lot of research that has been done relating to transformation in the higher education sector, lack of what I call sufficient institutional consensus around what we mean by transformation has created tremendous problem for universities to the extent that it somehow undermines the university's ability to implement and collectively monitor the progress and pace of transformation within the university because we do not have what I call sufficient consensus. I'm going to attempt to define what it is, not that there is one definition. We are a university in any way, and therefore dissent is basically encouraged. My view is that transformation entails the following elements or steps. There's nothing wrong in if one of us believes transformation is basically around regulatory and compliance only. If you believe transformation is a political project and therefore you have to comply with regulatory and policy, there's nothing wrong. But from where I'm sitting, it is basically the beginning of transformation. We have to comply with the regulatory and policy frameworks in order for us to start the process of transformation. The second aspect, after we have attempted to comply, we have to begin to question the knowledge that is entailing our compliance. We have to begin to question, and that's what is called epistemological transformation, questioning the way we understand. Why are we complying with employment equity? Why are we complying with all the legislation that I'll be talking to you about? You have to begin to question, and that's where epistemological, because transformation, colleagues, is knowledge-driven. 3, it is around us beginning to change, and I'm happy that the RD spoke about the focus of the region is around changing the institutional culture, because unless you begin to question the way you are doing things, you are never going to transform. You are going to do the formal transformation, which will be compliant with the regulatory and policy framework, but you are never going to begin to interrogate your knowledge, your new way of knowing, which is the epistemological change, which will have to lead to the third aspect, which is institutional change. Interesting, colleagues, is the fact that almost, 2-3 weeks ago, the portfolio of strategy, risk, and advisory services hosted a transformation, so not a transformation, but a roundtable discussion where they invited Professor Crane Soudin. Interesting that Professor Crane Soudin spoke about this particular transformation frame. I like it because it is so true. He is of the view that the approaches that universities have adopted in transformation relate to either creating a culture of innovation, as you can see at the top, or a culture of compliance. Remember what I said, transformation is about compliance, then epistemological change, and then culture change. Secondly, it's of the view that universities can decide to focus on equity, but also focus on development. Question is, RD, where are we as Unisa? Are we the type 1 where we focus on equity with a strong improvement culture? Are we type 2 where we focus on relevance within a strong improvement culture? Are we focused on equity within the compliance culture? Are we focusing on relevance within the compliance culture? Sadly, colleagues, if you are in this, we are type 3 or type 4, you are transforming for the sake of transformation, and at the end of the day, there is no transformation taking place because you are more interested in compliance than disrupting. Because transformation is about disruption. You have to disrupt the way you are doing things. If you are in type 3 or 4, this is what we call transformation for the sake of compliance, and there is no transformation in that space. The question is, where are we as Unisa? I don't know. For me, colleagues, transformation can be defined as a comprehensive, deep-rooted, ongoing social process. It's a social process which seeks to fundamental restitution and development. It is a simultaneous process of eradicating all forms of unfair discrimination through active removal of any institutional, social, material, and intellectual barrier in the way of creating a more equal, inclusive, and socially just university. Secondly, it entails the designing or designating a range of economic, cultural, and political conditions and their institutionalization. So basically, transformation is a social process entailing simultaneous process of first eradicating all form of discrimination, but secondly, and crucially, establishing or institutionalizing those forms which will then deliver on the economic, social, and cultural condition within the university itself. Tricky, but that's what it is. It is really around dismantling, as I indicated, what needs to be done. From the department's perspective, transformation is a continuum or a complex process entailing three things. It is about creating equity of access. It's around equity of opportunity, and is around equity of outcome, where you deal with the politics of representation. It's not only about representation, whether black, female, or not. You have to deal with it first. But it's more around the politics of opportunities, where those that have been provided with access are allowed to participate in their own access, not the access that you have provided. They should participate in their own access, because if they do so, success is guaranteed. You are not allowing them to participate because you feel pity for them, but they participate in their own access because you are creating a space for them to participate in their own access. If you do so, success is guaranteed. We are of the view that you can use the so-called methodologies. This is a very tricky one, but we as a department are of the view that you use methodologies of transformation, and we regard those methodologies as four of them. It is the decolonization, where you focus on eliminating white supremacy within the culture, within the operation of university, where the target is to deal with racism within the university. Two, it is around Africanization, where you begin the process of implementing African values and system within the university itself. You eradicate first racism as it permeates across the various dimensions, and then begin the process of embedding African values within the university. But it's also around indigenization, because those African values are not homogenic within the continent itself. So you need to start the process of localizing those values within the spaces where the university is found. And in that way, you begin to acknowledge the differences, the differentiation that exists within the African value system. Why are we doing so? We are doing so because we want to create a new idea of a university that is a pluriversity rather than university. Briefly then, in 2014, University of South Africa already spoke about transformation as a means of decolonizing, deracializing, demasculinizing, and degendering South African universities, and engaging with their ontological and epistemological issues in their complexity, including, of course, their implication in terms of research, in terms of methodology, scholarship, learning, teaching, and I guess this is what we'll be talking about, the impact of digital transformation on teaching and learning, on research and engaged scholarship. Colleagues, what are we picking up from literature is the fact that transformation, as I indicated, is around the erosion and dissolution of existing and oppressive social relation within institution, policies, practices, and create an alternative and substantially new social relations. The process of dissolution of this is not even. You might find that when you try to transform, the process itself is uneven. The process itself does not lead to the desired effect, and that's where the issue of monitoring and evaluation is so crucial, because of the potential to reproduce inequality. When you transform, it is possible that if you are not careful, if you are not implementing a rigorous monitoring and evaluation, you might end up creating inequality itself. Why is it so? It is because the concept of transformation is contested because of the various social forces. In the context of a university, it is council, it is university management, it is student, it is staff, it is their parents, it is the Department of Education. All these stakeholders have vested interest, and in transforming, we need to begin to manage these various stakeholders. Colleagues, in the context of a university, these various stakeholders have a stake, unlike in a public or a private company where the voice of the shareholder is important. In the context of a university, all the stakeholders that I've spoken about have vested interest, and you need to manage those vested interests. And if you don't, forget about ever implementing a rigorous transformation within the context of a university, because of the multi-layered nature of transformation. I earlier spoke about transformation is a multi-layered and multi-dimensional. Colleagues, this is how we define it. It is around student equity. You can see it is multi-dimensional if you go that way, but it's also multi-layered, because we don't only talk about staff equity, but we will say, after providing equity for staff, you have to ensure that there is equitable development of those staff members. And you have to constantly understand their work experience, because you need to deal with, are they happy? Are they comfortable in the environment that is being created? And this is where the multi-layered nature of transformation comes into the picture. It's the same with students. It is not only providing them with access, but you need to develop, or you need to ensure that there is equitable development. Development that is equitable, taking into account their living and learning experiences within the context of knowledge. Also, remember I talked about multi-layered. We speak about knowledge, but we also have to interrogate epistemology. What is it that is informing the way we understand knowledge? Scholarship is crucial, curriculum is crucial, language is crucial. You can see the layer that I'm talking about. Layer is governance, leadership and management, institutional culture, diversity and social inclusion, funding, resource allocation, and interrogating the source of funding for this university. The source in particular of private funding, because if you are not careful, private funding can impact on governance, leadership and management of the university. And surely infrastructure, including buildings and facilities, the names given to these facilities has an impact on the culture that is being created. And the colleagues who have been engaging the department will be aware of the fact that in the previous, we regarded ICT as an infrastructure, but for now I think it's important that digitalization is given its due, because it is here as a separate item, or as a separate dimension of transformation. Colleagues, there are two things here. If you see what I've discussed here is around formal and legislated, because indeed all this, if you look at them here, there are legislation relating to how this should be done. This is employment equity. This is around the who is allowed into the university. This is where the what do you call it? The policy on admission policy of the university. This is around socializing. All these are legislated and formal transformation. Let's speak about the politics of participation and the politics of outcome. Because it is not enough. Remember what I said earlier, it is more around compliance if we do this. But we need to move beyond compliance into substantive and qualitative transformation, where we begin to question, what then do we do with staff at this university? How do they impact on the social transformation out there? How do they utilize the skills and the talent that they have in order to create a socially cohesive society within the university? The same with students, the type of students that we produce, the type of knowledge that we produce, the type of culture that we are creating within the university. How will that impact in the society out there, and how all of that we are doing is impacting on how the society is looking at certain things. For example, you can think about us producing knowledge relating to the impact of crime within the South African community. It is impacting on us. What is it that we are doing as a university in terms of social transformation, but also culturally beginning to impact on the cultures within the society? I'm going to venture into a debate that I'm not aware, and I hope Men Again is not going to kill me. Framing the fourth industrial revolution debate, colleagues, because the topic here is around digital transformation. Scholars have noted that the proliferation of digital technology has been uneven, and this is where transformation comes into the picture. Driven by altered generation of technological innovation, it has reproduced rather than transform unequal social relation. This is what we have identified. For example, Tessa Doom contend that the narrative of fourth industrial revolution is aspirational rather than reality. And by precisely of that, it is possible that we, and I guess this is the purpose of this debate, we can then begin to inform what that fourth industrial revolution will have to look like, because it is about us questioning what is the place of Africans in the increasingly digital transformation, how technology is affecting the people's life, their own identities, access and opportunities, and how can the government create a more equitable and a just society by beginning to regulate access to technology in a manner that will then create or make it possible for all of us to benefit from that. That's crucial. One of the things from a pure transformation is to ensure that as we adopt technology, we do not miss the fact that it can reproduce inequality in terms of race, gender, and class. Interesting, Professor Solis Badat, in responding to Professor Marala, our esteemed member of the Presidential Task Team on for the Industrial Revolution, who said, for the Industrial Revolution will affect every facet of the society. Professor Salim Badat said, it is said that we overemphasize the discontinuity, which is true. For the Industrial Revolution will bring about disruptions. But you can't emphasize the disruption because there are certain things which will continue. And what are those things that will continue? That's the unevenness within the South African society. He pointed out that we overemphasize discontinuities and underestimate the continuities that will continue to exist. He pointedly asked a very interesting question and said, what would be the benefit of those changes that we are talking about? For example, for the impoverished workers, black people, women, refugees, and the marginalized. Or would the beneficiary be the usual suspects? In this case, the North, the rich, the middle class, white, male, and city dwellers. We had to confront the fact that the first three industrial revolution did not create a just and a human society. Why do we think the fourth one will really give rise to that? It is clear that the potential for the Industrial Revolution to reach people's life is clear. But the question is, who will benefit if we then begin the process of disaggregating those that will benefit in terms of race, class, disability, age, geography, and nationality? And interesting, the RD spoke about that. In transformation and institutional culture is around whether we are privileging certain class. And indeed we are, if we are not careful. Finally, colleagues and program director, I like what Professor Salim Badat said. We need to begin to be conscious of the impact of fourth industrial revolution on teaching and learning. And this is what he says. He said, the efficacy of university online effort is conditioned by institutional digital transformation capacity, and Men Again is aware of that. Staff capacity, are we able as staff to be able to benefit on leverage on digital transformation, student living conditions, and access to resources, available finances, and the like. The online training illuminate and amplify the existing inequality in South African society. The reality of many students learning in congested urban apartment blocks, shanty towns, small peripheries, and rural heartland must be these things that said to us, we shouldn't celebrate and think that fourth industrial will address all our problems. Finally, and very interesting, this is what he says. He says, despite the rhetoric of access and equity, online distance learning, especially for impoverished black working class and rural students, is unlikely to yield either real opportunity or success, especially when students study on sporadic working laptops in an unstable Wi-Fi hotspots with power outages and congested, noisy home environment. Online turning at least the sociality of learning and the psychosocial and affective aspect of learning. Online learning can provide cognitive learning, information, and credentiality, but not fully sociability with other students. In-play student-teacher interaction, physical facilities, and the full side of extracurricular and academically nested work experience of disadvantaged students. What this is saying basically is that unless we begin that process of creating a blended environment where students themselves are able to interact with one another, even with their staff members, and focus solely on online learning, we are not really developing our students holistically. And this, I think, is the danger that we might create if we really focus on online learning and do not blend it with face-to-face learning. And I guess at Unisa, again, this is what we are attempting to do, because we are conscious of the fact that students will need to interact with their peers, but will also need to interact with their lecturers, but also with the environment that they are in this case, the facilities, because in that way, we address the students' development holistically. Thank you, Program Director.
Thank you, Dr. Malikuta. I believe that we have done justice to this genesis. And as I listen to you, one thing that I'm taking with me is that with this transformation, there are issues of compliance. We need to comply as an institution, but it should not be just compliance for the sake of ticking the box, but it's compliance that comes with fruits, you know, something that can help our institution, even our clients, to change the way they do things, where we are going to provide equity of access. And when our students have received this equity of access, what do we do with them? Do we provide them with the resources that will give them the opportunities to transform as individuals, that is at an individual level? Will they be able to interact not only online, so that we are inclusive at the same time, we do not exclude anyone? The question is, at Unisa, do we give full opportunities for our students to participate in order for them to transform? The other question that I'm asking to my next door neighbor, how can they participate if they do not have tools of participation? Perhaps in your engagement with the topic that was provided to you, VP, you will be able to, to clarify some of these things that we do not understand. Colleagues, I'm also taking from this presentation that transformation is also about enhancing our African values and ensure that our African values, or the culture and practice within the institution, speaks to these African values. We uphold them. We become proud of who we are and even how we do things in order to transform. Colleagues, it's about 10:56. I'm going to give you 10 minutes to interact with our presenter, comment, ask questions, etc., etc. Do we see any hands? Okay, there's a hand. There's a hand. Okay, behind, let me start with you, sir. Perhaps you can just give us your name and whether you're a student or staff.
Thank you very much. Well, greetings to everyone that is here. My name is Inganati Ketwa. I'm the Unisa SRC chairperson in this region called Tshwane. Well, mine is not really a question, but a comment, and also the question that I would like to pose would rather be directed at the VP of ICT, because as a student leader, whenever we are in such gatherings, we ought to raise students that affect students. That we ought to raise those issues that affect students on a daily basis. So thank you very much for the invite. Well, first, what is happening in the country is one, the technology that has been introduced, it has many effects. Particularly, it is affecting our employment system. It is affecting all, in fact, our daily lives. One, in a practical example, you go to a McDonald's used to employ 10 staff workers, but now you only find 2 staff workers because they have been replaced by machines. So I don't know whether we can call it something that is progressive, or it is something that is disadvantaging our people in the country. So that is my first question. But secondly, Comrade VP, as we speak now, there are students who got registered not because of their own liking, but because of the failures of the system. And I'm of the firm belief that you were told about these problems, your registration problems. So now, these students, they were registered late, then they've already been automated assignment dates. When you email the lecturers, they say, no, this system is programmed by ICT. As lecturers, we can't extend the assignment dates. Do you think that is fair and just to the students? Because if I registered 5 days ago and my registration is finalized today and my assignment is due tomorrow, does it allow me enough time? And also, what are the measures that have been put in plan in terms of the ICT system to make sure that it capacitates the Unisa system in all sectors? And also, applications have opened not so long ago. The system has been crashing day in, day out. We've been engaging, I'm sure even the Deputy President, Comrade Kama, has been engaging with you about these ongoing problems. And it cannot be correct, Comrade VP, that each and every year we are faced with these same problems and nothing is being done. So, I mean, you know that if on the first day of applications, our system should be capacitated to allow at least a minimum perhaps of 10 students. But on the first day, the system crashes. So what are the measures that have been put in plan? And if it needs be that you say you need an increase to capacitate your faculty, you can request. I'm sure the chair of council was speaking about, in fact today I was reading his post, he was saying that Unisa has now a reserve of 15 billion from 11 billion to 15 billion per annum. So there is money, but my question is it lack of skills? Is it people who are incompetent? Or is it you failing to understand the system? Perhaps you understand you are new, so you might take time to understand the operations. And why is Unisa, lastly, in closing, yes. No, in closing, why? No. I think that we should not be bullied we're in an institution of higher learning where thinking should thrive. So we can't be bullied and be told about time. So let's allow to share ideas. Maybe you can learn something or not one day from me. But let me continue as I close. It cannot be correct that now we are saying that we are an ODL institution. In fact, I think in the entire continent, we deem and pride ourselves as an open distance learning institution. But in terms of the functionings, it does not behave like one. Unisa, most of the students have failed their exam, not because they are not smart, but you've got a student in Lubua home who has a network problem. You've got a student in Mtata who doesn't even have a laptop to be able to operate or to write those assignments. So what is the institution doing about those students who are marginalized? Maybe perhaps some of us are privileged. We're in a capital city where they've installed fibers in some of the flats that we live in so that we have better connectivity. But what about those who are marginalized, who will need to leave a rural area to go to a closer city just to be able to connect and write an exam? What is the institution doing about those students? And for the past 2 to 3 years, ever since COVID has started, Unisa has always been an online system. But for the past 2 years, we were supposed to be the ones who are making great strides in leading the fourth industrial revolution thesis, or whatever you call it. We are supposed to be the leading ones. But Unisa instead, it trends for the wrong reasons, day in, day out. So I so hope and pray that your consciousness will speak towards the injustices that are faced by our students. Because it pains me so much that there are students now who are supposed to complete, but they could not complete, not because they are not smart, but because of the material conditions that they are faced with. What is the university going to do to address those issues? I thank you.
All your points I am going to give to
Good day, I'm Mr. Patekile Luyolo. Yeah, I'm from Eastern Cape. I like that I just came into this meeting having this important topic per se. I'm actually doing LLB. I'm doing 3rd year now. Summarizing the meeting which we are in, I think it's about the infrastructure, or in fact the appropriateness of technology. So, yeah, responding on that, if like, is it appropriate or not appropriate? I can say it's appropriate in a sense that, for instance, me, I've been in Eastern Cape several times in rural areas studying there. I've been in different places studying as a student. So like the technology, I didn't see any fault on it. Instead, what I've noticed in us as students is that we actually not getting prepared in time in order to be able to approach the current system in a correct manner. Because in fact, normally it's a trending issue that most of the students, they don't submit their scripts when writing exams. So that is the other case which is always being uttered. So like, according to me, as a student, I've been experiencing that, the failure of not submitting exams. It's because when you started writing late, you were not even prepared. You didn't even prepare enough to write the exams. Then, of course, you're going to experience the failures of the technology, because you will try to submit exams in last minutes. Like, let's say, for instance, there are only 5 minutes left and you are trying to submit your exams. Like, I'm saying the infrastructure of the fourth industrial technology and so forth, like, I'm not sure about the topic, but what I can say is it is very appropriate for the time, because it is also minimizing the costs. For instance, if you don't have money for transport, you can do everything at home. Like, even us as students, we are being offered laptops by NSFAS. NSFAS is giving students, approximately 70% of students are using NSFAS in Unisa. So I think I see no much failures in the current technology. Thank you.
For your inputs. I also want to, just for the sake of time, I also want to read some of these comments from this, what we call, on the chat. Thanks, this is from Azundini Chivasa, who says, thanks for the presentation. The question is, how can we see transformation of an institution like Unisa, whereas society at large is not transformed? And another one, how can we transform or digitize when the gap between the rich and the poor is widening? Are we using digitization as, where was I? As a further element to widen the gap between the haves and the have-nots? And then another one, Mohatu says, they must also extend the assignment due date because some students haven't received their study material. The sound is terrible. They are saying to the technical team. Oh, it's fixed. Thank you, thank you. Dr. Bapa.
Just respond to, because I think the other question will be probably addressed by the Chief Information Officer. I want to address what you read from the colleague, which is around the link between society and universities. My view is that universities are influence society, but society also influence a university. The question is, which one comes first? I don't know. But as a university, and I think this is what the current Vice Chancellor is attempting to tell us, as Unisa, we must begin that process of influencing society out there. Because we produce knowledge, and that knowledge must make an impact out there, rather than us being impacted by society. We have to create that opportunity for us. But you can't run away from the fact that there is that symbiotic relationship between universities and societies. But we, as the hub of knowledge production, we should take a stand and begin that process of influencing what happens out there. It's a challenge. It's very tricky. It's very difficult, because the academics that we have, the intellectuals that we have, must go beyond must go beyond confronting even the powers that be. Can you imagine if you start, if there is a professor at Unisa who will stand on a platform and say the macroeconomic framework that the South African government has adopted, which is the neoliberal economic framework, is actually impeding our ability to achieve social justice, because the neoliberal agenda is more around the market. It privileges the market rather than the social justice issues. And that's the reason why, how many of us will survive in that environment, which means we need to be able to do that. And therefore we need academics who are prepared to confront and challenge the powers that be. And I think that's a challenge. And from where I'm sitting, I think this is what the VCs are attempting to say to us. We need to go beyond producing research for the sake of research, but our research must make an impact out there in society. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Bupape. That is why, as Unisa, we stand for engaged scholarship. We need to engage our communities, and that's where we are going to make a difference when we go to them and impact them. I like the comments that and the questions that were made by Mr. Luyolo. I forgot your name, sir, but you made contributions that will make us to think, especially our VC, our VP ICT, who can respond to the issues that you have raised, issues of crushing systems, issues of competence within your directorate, issues of equity of opportunities, inclusivity, network issues, etc. That is touching on you. But at the same time, I like what you said, Luyolo, about that there is no fault in technology. We need to be empowered as students. We need to be given skills on how to use it for us to succeed. Let me give to our VP.
Thank you so much, Program Director. Good morning, those online. Good morning, colleagues here present today. The questions raised by Mr. Ketwa. Thank you, Mr. Ketwa, for highlighting those matters. Before I get into that, maybe let me touch on a matter that yourself and other colleagues at your NEC planning had tasked me with regarding the data provisioning aspects. We've been working on that, Mr. Ketwa. Since the last time I saw you, the contract has been approved by the council, and now we are in negotiation with the mobile network operators, and we are working aggressively with CFO so that we can really, like we did before the May-June examination, provision the data before the examination so that students are able to prepare. What we've also been working on that was a concern for yourself and colleagues at that session is how do we decide which students do we provision data for and why? Because now we want to provision on a month-to-month basis. And what we are doing, Mr. Ketwa, is forming a committee that is going to be looking at all of those matters that has representation from registrar, because we're also looking at HR matters. It will include HR. We also want the registrar to assist us to have student representation in there, so that on a monthly basis, we look at the matters of provisioning, and the committee agrees that the provision is done to the right student for the right reasons. So we have heard your concerns, and we believe that this is one of the ways to address that, because as you rightfully pointed out, there are different categories of students. Not all the students may necessarily need to be provisioned and assisted with data. On the questions that you raise around students who have been registered, and because of failures of the system, they were registered late, and now there's issues around submissions with assignments and so on. Mr. Ketwa, I'll be speaking out of 10 if I speak about, is this correct, is this not correct? Allow me to engage Professor Motsa on this, because it sounds like there's an aspect that is related to the academic and how they are managing the course, but there's also an aspect, as you rightfully point out, that is related to system challenges. So this one I will need to take back so that I can be able to provide a response, having conferred with the Vice Principal of Teaching and Learning. You also talking about, we are doing registration now. Why are we having system challenges? Is it a competency issue? Because as you point out, we don't think it's a money issue, at least from your perspective. Mr. Ketwa, we are having a student management system and an enterprise resource planning system that we are hosting on old technology. And what we have started to do is to migrate those two critical systems to the, let me say, the hosting environment that we have invested in through the infrastructure as a service project that the university is running. The migration is something that takes time. We are not there yet. We are still in the process of migrating, but some of the challenges, they are attributable to that hosting environment, that it is end of life, and we have taken a decision not to invest further money in that environment, but rather to get value out of what we have invested in through the project we are doing on infrastructure as a service. So it is still painful. We are still experiencing those issues, but that's certainly what we are doing so that we can minimize those issues from an infrastructure perspective. There are challenges there as well from an application perspective. For example, today, the challenges on the system are not infrastructure related as they were yesterday, but today they are application related. And we do have a team that focuses on those matters. But you will agree with me, as other colleagues probably do, that our student management system is aged and we need to work on that. So that is something that we are working on. However, Mr. Keto, systems of this nature, like a student management system that are core to the business, are not systems that you simply change overnight. It is a journey. I can tell you that the move to replacing the student system, or the process of doing that, is one that will probably outlive my contract because of the nature of the size, the scale of the system, and how much it permeates throughout the business of what we do on a day-to-day basis. And so what we have seen and we have discussed with Prof. Mutata is that we will follow a process of replacement. It will take time. It will have to be filled with lots of engagement with stakeholders. It will have to be filled with lots of understanding of requirements, and that aspect of understanding those business requirements in the area of teaching and learning, in the area of the registrar's portfolio, those aspects we are already engaging in. So it is not a matter of are we not capable, Ntate Keto. It is a matter of what interventions are we providing as the VPs in the area, and this is how we are collaborating with Professor Mutata as the engaged business sponsor on the student information system replacement, and myself as the asset owner. So there is commitment, and we are certainly going to be working on that. Bear with us because it is going to take time. It is going to be difficult, but we are certainly going to get going. I think the implementation phase of moving modules of the student information system will probably start in 2024. So we have a long and tough journey ahead of us, but we are committed. Mr. Liolo, thank you for your comments in terms of your perspective and experience, that you haven't seen errors or faults in the technology, but perhaps the preparation issues, how we can engage better with systems so that we can get more value out of those systems. And I really appreciate that perspective. Thank you, Program Director.
Thank you, Ms. Nakene. I really like your honesty and your commitment too, because when you are committing, you say, yes, we are on it. We are not blind to the fact that our system are not giving us what we need, but we are in the process of doing that. And while we are in this process, it will take time. That's honesty, but we'll get there. So everything has its beginning. It's all about Genesis. Thank you. Colleagues, is there any hand out there? If there is no hand, allow me to move to the second topic in our program. The second topic is going to be presented by Professor Paul Prinsloo, who is the researcher of open distance learning. And the topic is digital transformation outlined. Professor Paul Prinsloo is our second relative, as I've mentioned before. He is based in the Department of Business Management, College of Economics and Management Sciences, University of South Africa. He is a visiting professor at the Karl von Ossiense University of Oldenburg, Germany, a research associate for Contact North, Canada, a fellow of the European Distance and E-Learning Network, EDEN, member of the Executive Committee for the Society of Learning Analytics Research, and serves on several editorial boards. In the South African context, Professor Prinsloo has a B3 research rating, confirming his considerable international reputation for the high quality and impact of his research outputs. Professor Prinsloo is an internationally recognized speaker, scholar, and researcher, and has published numerous articles in the fields of teaching and learning, student success in distance education contexts, the ethical collection, analysis, and use of student data in learning analytics and digital identities. Professor Prinsloo also is a blogger. He's on Twitter, he's everywhere, so he's highly accessible. Professor Prinsloo, you are welcome to share your experiences with all of us. Over to you, sir. Up there or down there in Mauritius, wherever you are.
Observe. Thank you so much for the invitation. I'm trying to share my screen. I promise I will not share my camera with you that you cannot see or that you can see the beach behind me. Let me just move this around and then I can start the presentation. Colleagues, thank you. I'm not sure why I was invited. Sometimes I have to blame my family for that. It must be my brothers and sisters from another mother. But I want to take you through a journey and outlining the broader transformation. I'm so glad the VP ICT is there, and there's some very knowledgeable people and students in the audience that can ask the difficult question. I want to take you on a journey, on a broader journey of what digital transformation is doing in broader society. I want to acknowledge that none of the images in this presentation is owned by me, and I acknowledge the original copyright and licensing regime of every image used. And this presentation will be made available under Creative Commons Attribution 4.0 International License. So having said that, just a spoiler alert from my side, transformation is not an unqualified good. Likewise, digital transformation is not an unqualified good. I'm so scared we think that all transformation is good. And I've got news for you that one day when this body dies, it's going to be transformed in something that is not beautiful. So when we ask critical questions about transformation, we must ask who benefits, who is included, who is excluded, what values drive digital transformation, and there's increasing concerns that commercialization actually drives digital transformation and not social justice. So what values drive digital transformation and whose values drive the digital transformation? So my question to you is, how do we live and learn in a context where we, and you see there's an asterisk there, so who is included and who's excluded, where we are more connected than before, but where connections and connectedness also bring more inequality and exclusion. And I think that is, we've heard it with the responses to the previous speakers. So digital transformation is happening, but it seems as if some people continue to be excluded and some are included. And what values drive this digital transformation? This is my favorite English philosopher. He says, knowledge, and then I added, and technology is not an unmixed good. It can be as much as a curse as a blessing. And he also adds that human beings use the power of scientific knowledge to assert and defend the values and goals they already have. New technologies can be used to alleviate suffering and enhance freedom. They can and will also be used to wage war and strengthen tyranny. And I think this is the foundation of my plea for you, that we look at digital transformation and even the fourth industrial revolution very, very critically, to say it can be inclusive and it also can be exclusive. So just the overview of my presentation. So we have to ask who are connected, how are they connected, and how do they use their connections? How do we make sense of all the connections and inclusions and exclusions? Making sense of how we share data and who collects our data for what purposes and how it affects and will affect our future. 3 pointers for considerations, and then some in-conclusions about the tools we use and the tools that use us. Just another disclaimer that I will not touch on Unisa's digital transformation. I think there's more competent people also in the audience that can address this. So I really want to outline a broader question. So how are we connected? This is a beautiful website, a data portal. I acknowledge my sources in the bottom. So this was based on statistics in February 2022. So this is just a world map. So we see 66% of our population is connected in one way or the other, and I'm getting back to that, to the internet, compared to 26% in Madagascar, and you can see the rest of the countries and the percentages there. So we're talking about 66% of the total population. So social media users versus the total population. So 45% of those that are connected use social media, and many of them are in the audience. Mobile connectivity, this is a very interesting statistic, that 174% of South Africa's population are connected via their mobiles, and there's more detail about that. So this is a very interesting statistic, and there's many scholars that say the internet on the African continent is mobile, and teaching and learning should really take cognizance of the fact that our students and the bigger part of the population access the internet through their mobile devices. What are the implications for exams? What are the implications for course design, for the graphics, for the layout? So what are the implications if our students access my Unisa or Moodle through their mobile devices? This is a very interesting statistic to just say the population by age. This is just a broad overview of the population. You can see our student population will be 18 to 24 plus 25 to 34 plus the 35 to 44, and I'm no longer on the slide, I'm so old. So currently 43.7% of the population is between 18 and 44. And in 10 years' time, there will be almost a 10% increase of the population that will be between 18 and 44. So this is very interesting. So we sit with a total population of 60.4 million. There's 108 million mobile connections. I find this fascinating. Internet users are 68%, and then active social media users are 46%. So this is, for me, a fascinating slide. So of everyone that has access to the internet, 85% have access to electricity, access to basic drinking water, unless they're in Hammanskraal, has access to basic sanitation. And that, the last circle, is fascinating, that of those that have access to the internet, the 40% of them earn less than 52 Rand per day. And that raises some very important and very interesting questions. So if they earn that little money per day, how do they access, how do they manage to negotiate the fact that Unisa is going online, and how does it look? So this is the overview of the internet use. Also fascinating, the year-on-year change. You can see there's an increase. And the last two are very interesting statistics, that the average daily time spent using the internet by each internet user is 10 hours, 46 minutes. And of that, 90% of that time is accessed from a mobile device. I really think this is fascinating. What are the implications for Unisa and for broader society? So once again, they're just device ownership. Again, very interesting. 99% of those that access the internet has access to a smartphone. There's a features phone, laptop, and desktop computer, tablet device, and then the games console, the smartwatch, the TV streaming, smart home devices, and virtual reality devices. But interesting on this slide is the fact that of those population that has access to the internet, 99% of them own or access the internet through a smartphone, whether they own it or not. Just the amount of time we spent, 10 hours, 46 minutes. But then just look at that second red circle, time spent using social media. So almost 11 hours of a day goes onto the internet. That's an immense a lot of time. And then time spent using social media, whether it's Instagram or TikTok, and we know how addictive that can be. 3 hours is actually nothing when you're in bed and you can't fall asleep and you go onto TikTok. But that's 3 hours and 43 minutes. That's the social media use. Daily time spending the internet. That's just an overview. That's also just very, very interesting. This is the browsers that South Africans use to access the internet. You can see Chrome, Safari, Microsoft Edge, Firefox, and I'm getting back to the statistics a bit later to ask what are the safest of these options. This you may find interesting. The main reasons for using the internet is finding information, almost 90%, researching how to do things, then finding new ideas and inspiration, staying in touch with friends and family comes only in at the 4th. Researching brands, education and study comes in at 6, then news, listen to music, and there it goes. So this is a very interesting statistic, and I'm coming back to this slide that the majority of use is finding information. So what information are we looking for? This is the most visited websites, Google. Then we in at Facebook, YouTube, Google, and then a porn site, then a news site, Wikipedia, then Betway. Take a look at number 9 and number, where's the other one that I wanted to focus? It's on the next slide. So an increasing amount of students use betway.co.za or Hollywood Bets to just make ends meet, and that's a fascinating research area. Take a lot, and then there's Bitly and Instagram, another porn site, Times Live, another porn site, DSTV, Property, Discovery, Twitter, Business Tech. So this is where we go. Then the video content, music videos, any kind of video, comedy, tutorials on how to survive Unisa comes in at 54% if you would search that. Educational videos, very interesting, 42%. What are the implications for teaching and learning? So that is just interesting. Most used social media platforms. I was quite surprised to see in the South African context that TikTok comes in at number 6. It sounds like Metro FM on a Saturday with their hit parade. But yeah, so TikTok comes in at number 6, and then WhatsApp, Facebook, Instagram, Messenger, Twitter, TikTok, Pinterest, LinkedIn. Main reasons for using social media, very interesting. You may find number 6, interesting, filling spare time, finding products to purchase, sharing opinions, those that have opinions. And then this is the last very intense slide, colleagues, so with regard to online privacy and security, and this is the main focus of my presentation, is to say that seeing that our society is being digitally transformed, how aware are we of the risks? You can see that almost 76% of South Africans that use the internet is very aware of fake news. Worry about how companies might use their data is coming in at 47%. Decline cookies on websites, 48%. Use the tool to block advertisements, and then use a VPN, only 25%. So what are the implications? So this is a summary. So even with close to 40% of the population earning less than 52 rand per day, 68% of the population has access to the internet. And that I find interesting. Then this 68% spends close to 11 hours, with 96% of this group accessing the internet from their smartphones. What are the implications for Unisa? Close to 42% of the time individuals spend on the internet, they spend on social media. Most South Africans use Chrome as a search engine, not a good choice, but we're getting back to that. The internet is a major source of information and connection. What are the dangers in that? 80% of those who access the internet express concerns about what is real and what is fake. And 47% of those who access the internet express concerns about what companies are doing with their data. And only 48% decline cookies. So colleagues, just for a brief overview. So there's 4 types of data that we share. So there's contractual data, that if you sign up for Twitter, if you sign up to Unisa, there's data required in the registration process. There's terms and conditions which no one reads. Then there's directed data, where it's a digital form of surveillance, so that Facebook is looking at you as Paul or as Notombi. So it's a human looking at your data. Then there's automated data that is almost, when you log onto a site, it starts running. Actually, the research shows that even if you have deleted Facebook from your phone, but you're a friend of someone that's still on Facebook, Facebook tracks you. So there's this automated stream of data that are collected. And then there's volunteer data gifted by users and include interactions across social media. So someone would comment about Jacob Zuma or Pala Pala on social media or on their Facebook page, or about Unisa. And it's a volunteer information. They may also share information. I lost my job. I tested HIV positive. I was a victim of crime. So all these data are shared in one form or the other. So this is what Unisa looks like. So on the left, you have the data we collect, the contractual form, the directed forms. Your lecturer look at how many times you've logged in or not. Management looks to how many times the lecturer has logged in. Then there's the automated data, and then the gifted data. And on the right is all the devices, the tablets, the desktops, the Wi-Fi tracking, and the mobile phones. And this is, so the moment you access a Unisa campus, you swipe a card, or the library, there's the administrative, there's student admin, there's student support, learning management platform, the contract teaching staff. They have a look at what you're doing on My Unisa. There's students looking at one another, there's faculty, and then there's management looking at all of us. So, and our data are collected, and I so wish the students would take this up. The privacy notice of what data collect from our, what data Unisa collects from our students are hidden at the bottom of the page on the Unisa main site. And I really think the students should take this up. They claim to see who has access to the data, for what purposes, how are the data used, and how and how will it benefit them or discriminate against them. But welcome to the broader picture, colleagues, so you access here at the bottom, you access My Unisa from a Samsung using Vodacom or MTN or a public Wi-Fi spot. And suddenly they you provide access to all of this data, your contractual data, your directed data, your automated and your gift data. There's textbook providers, the online text providers. There's national higher education system, so Unisa reports about how you are doing, whether you're part of this cohort that has passed or failed. There's a learning platform provider. What student information or what staff information do we share with Moodle? What does the terms and conditions say? There's increasingly national security ecosystems. In the US, they want access to which of the students had abortions. So, and then there's commercial interest and data brokers here on the left. So this is digital transformation. Someone benefits from this, someone is included and someone is excluded. So the main point, if you take something from this presentation, hopefully there's more than one thing, but if you take one thing, that all this data that are collected, we call data doubles or data twins. So there's a digital Paul somewhere, and that Paul may not look like this Paul. So there you have Susan, she's female, white, she's a medical representative, she's divorced, blah, 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 blah. And then suddenly there's Susan on Google, Susan on Facebook, Susan on a data broker that collects Susan from Amazon, from Facebook, from Twitter, from what she posts on the Unisa site. So suddenly there's a double Susan. And that double Susan, the information that Susan shares is and will be used increasingly to determine her medical insurance premium. There's enough evidence internationally that what we share and what all these data sources, when combined, tell medical insurance companies about ourselves, it affects our premium. Whether she qualifies for a home loan and the interest rate. You cannot post things on Facebook of all the parties you have and how many lotto you buy from your ABSA internet app, and then expect ABSA to give you a home loan. So whether you will be shortlisted for a job interview, how successful your visa application would be. For those of us that are privileged enough to travel, there's this data double of Paul may impact on my visa application. And we're not always aware what this digital transformation, what the impact of that is. So I'm concluding with some guiding principles. We must search safer. We must beware of fake news and don't spread it. And we must manage your network. So please change your browser settings right now to boost your privacy. It's a general saying to say that, oh, but I've got nothing to hide. It's not about hiding something. It's about companies collecting your data, and that may affect your chances of getting employed. And I do think we should be concerned. So change your browser settings, and this presentation will be shared. This site actually takes you through a few helpful steps. Choose your research engine carefully. So the most secure websites, web browsers is not Chrome, like most South Africans use. There's a list: Firefox, Tor, Brave, Pale Moon, DuckDuckGo. This is DuckDuckGo. I use it. It's wonderful. It doesn't keep a track record of my search history. It allows me more privacy. This is Ghostery. I have installed it on my laptop, and this is what it does. So I visited bbc.com, the British news site, this morning. So Ghostery tells me that 160 people were looking at my visit this morning. There were 12 advertisers, Site Analytics Essential, hosting 135 customer interaction. So it was a simple 1 minute visit to bbc.com, and 160 people looked at me. And that's the detailed view on the right. So this is digital transformation. This is what is happening, that every time you click, every step you take, every move you make, someone is watching you. Then it brings us to, so the first one was search more safely, please. Then fake news, how to spot fake news. I think we're all tempted to, we see this news article on Facebook and, oh, it looks juicy. It says that whatever, that's someone whatever. So and we just share it because it's juicy. I've fallen prey to that. And then this is how to spot fake news. To consider the source. Just look at the site address. If it's not from an org or a com or a .co, just be careful. Read beyond that. Check the authors. Are there any supporting sources? Check the date. I'm embarrassed to say that, but often I would find something and then I would share it on Facebook and then, oops, it was already posted in 2016. Why is it back online now? Is just because of people like me who don't look at the date. Is it a joke? Check your biases, ask experts. And this is just also some pointers. This is a very useful site. Please, if you find something on Twitter, if you hear something that someone has done something or claimed something about the African continent, or so go and check. The Africa Check is a marvelous site. There's another check. There's Google Fact Check tools. If someone is claiming that the aliens has landed in Bloemfontein, okay, anything is possible in Bloemfontein. But just check your facts before you share it on Twitter. So how do we live, love, and work, and hopefully learn in a networked world? Just know that everything you share, every link you click on are collected by someone. We should not have any doubt about that. And every link and everything I share will be collected and will be combined with other sources to determine my future chances of employment, of healthcare, of getting a visa. So the times I order things on Take-A-Lot and the times I order pizza from Mr. Delivery, and my buying lotto tickets, and my visiting of the porn site, and my linking up to my Unisa, and my search terms, and what I post on Facebook, everything someone collects, and it may impact on my future employment and my visa application. And there's ample evidence internationally. So, and this is the more important. What do you want to achieve? What do you want to be known for by whom? Colleagues, and I think this is very important for our students. Do you want to be known for the quirky jokes on Twitter? Or do you, while you're studying BCom or LLB, do you want to claim a space in Twitter space that you have a legal opinion or that you retweet legal articles? Do you want to use your LinkedIn to establish a network? So there's tools available on the right-hand side. There's a range of tools. How does that feed into what you want to achieve? What do you want to be known for and by whom? And then choose some channels, LinkedIn, Twitter, for professional users, to position yourself, to claim a professional space. Start early, claim the space. It's such powerful. So, and then lastly, be careful that the boundaries between professional and personal are disappearing. So while I use my LinkedIn profile and my LinkedIn site just professionally, and I use Facebook professionally, but also for my activism, somewhere the boundaries between me being at Unisa and being a researcher, somewhere the boundaries are disappearing. I'm concluding, colleagues. What digital choices do you have? What digital choices don't you have? And how will you choose to live and learn in a transforming world? I close with John Gray again. He says, we are not masters of the tools we invented. They affect our lives in ways we cannot control and often cannot understand. The world today is a vast, unsupervised laboratory in which a multitude of experiments are simultaneously underway. We can't control our new technology because we don't really grasp the totality of the effects. And there's deeper reason why we are not masters of our technology. They embody dreams of which we are not conscious and hopes we cannot bear to give up. Thank you so much, colleagues. Kia leboga, and I hope it meant something for someone.
Applause for our professor in ODEL. Thank you very much, Prof. Prinsloo. You know, you shared something that makes us to think, something that makes us to reflect on how we engage on these platforms. Actually, you are not instilling fear in us, but you are just alerting us and saying, the big brother is watching you every time you engage in those spaces. I'm taking with me that he said that when we engage on social media, we're actually creating our own brand. How do we want to be known out there, you know, on social media? When we receive those links, we just open, and after that we forward without thinking, without doing our research. It's important that we go there. He was showing us the red flags that we need to be aware of. And I'm grateful that you are going to share these slides with us so that we can go back and read and ensure that we do the right thing on these platforms. And one thing that actually made me to think is the question that you ask. The tools we use and the tools that use us. So you are also being used, just like our neighbor, by technology. Sometimes you are used by this technology to disrupt others. You can disrupt in a positive manner or in a negative manner. So ask yourself questions before you do anything on social media. Thank you very much, Prof. I would like to take this time, it's 11:53. Let's take only 5 minutes of engagement, comments, questions that you want to pose to our presenter. He's still online in Mauritius. Perhaps he's sitting next to the pool. You'll never know. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Prof, for the insightful presentation. I'm particularly interested where you actually mentioned the importance of us checking if the news are fake or not. There's a website that you mentioned, but you also emphasized that it is important to actually first check the date. I'm interested in a WhatsApp. I know they say it's also a social media. Most of these WhatsApp voices, when they come, they don't have a date. You just see that it's forwarded many times. And how do we then check the date in a WhatsApp? Or will that website that you said you will share with us also assist in that aspect? Because I would believe maybe it can just help with the content like your article or article that is written. Can you just please respond on a WhatsApp? How do we then verify? Because I always see colleagues forwarding me some of the WhatsApp that are mostly fakes, and how can I better equip myself to know that this one, it's a lie? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't think there's a need to reintroduce myself, but thank you very much again for the platform. Well, whilst we are in the topic of social media, I'd like to pose a question, perhaps to two MENCOM members that are here, being the RD and the VP, to say that, do you think what happened at CSIR is a good representation of the institution in the public domain? What transpired, do you really think that it gives us a good image? And also, do you again think that the emojis and the conduct of the face of the university, where a student is concerned about when allowance is going to be dispersed, and then the face of the university sends a laughing emojis. Do you really think that the image no, in fact, rather, the face of the institution, the first citizen of the Unisa brand is really doing justice to our image? So my question, in essence, it speaks about if you represent a certain brand, you ought to behave in a certain manner, because you do not only represent the views of your own personal interest, but you represent the views of the institution that you are leading. So just to give you an example, I can't go to other places ever since I assumed office as a Unisa SRC chairperson, because I understand that I carry the name and the image of this university. That is why you can't find me in a tavern or a street bash, because I represent the University of South Africa, which is an institution of higher learning. I don't represent a beer brand. I represent a space where we have or rather produce knowledge. So in whatever I do, I should be the embodiment of a library. I should be the embodiment of skills course 1501. When people speak with me, they should know that they are going to engage with me at an intellectual level, because I'm not representing Savannah. I represent a university. So it cannot be correct that we have the face of the university is found in bikes, as if is some slay queen, and is doing, not disservice to the institution. And I think you were there, both the MENCOM members, and it's very disappointing to witness what we have witnessed. In the public domain, people, they question us about the integrity and the credibility of the university. And so it's very easy today to say that psych has downgraded the University of South Africa, and everyone believes it, because the institution in the public or social media platforms does not have that credibility. It does not have that credibility. People can just make false accusations. Your city press, they're always slashing at the university. And then the people outside there, they believe those false information. Why? If Unisa presented a good image, it was going to be very difficult for them to believe. But I hope that you will quickly clarify me in terms of, do you really think that the head and the face of the university, through her conduct in social media platforms, is really doing justice to the university's image? I even in our last engagement, I said, perhaps there's a lot of money in the institution. We should find a PR who's going to manage the VC's social media. We love the VC so much. We do not hate her. We love her, we support her. But when things are done wrong, we really do not think that we should keep quiet. So I'm sure maybe she will hear that I was lashing about these things, but as a student and as a mere leader, I'm really concerned about the image of this institution. You can't be a VC and you are busy posting in Dubai, you are drinking wine. You get my point? So I'm trying to summarize my question. I know I can speak a lot, but in summary, I want to request the communications team to allocate a media specialist who's going to manage the Twitter account and all social media accounts of the VC. You get my point. Maybe Me Masalisa will teach her better because I see her posts, they represent a good image of the university. Thank you.
No, we have to cut. We have to cut. Is it fine?
No, it's fine.
Okay. We have to cut, colleague.
Thank you very much, colleagues, for your inputs, for your comments. I wish we had time. You know, it's so interesting to hear, you know, people engaging in this manner that is fulfilling, that is making you to think in the way you run the business of the university. As for the institutional reputation, yeah, ne? The members of the MENCOM are here. They will respond to that one if it needs any response. You know. So, do we have any questions there? Okay, colleagues, allow me to move for the sake of time. Let's move to the final presentation. Your hand is noted, Ketwa, but allow me to give. I can. Okay. The presenter says that I can give an allowance. Let them say whatever that they want to say before she comes on board. Or she wants the response.
Okay.
And we also had Violo there.
She can respond after.
She will respond after the presentation. Yeah, let's do that, colleagues, for the sake of time. Ne? Okay.
Yes. Thank you, Program Director. Thank you, Professor Prinsloo, for your presentation. I enjoyed that, and I look forward to having more engagements with you on those matters that you highlighted. Mr. Ketwa, you've raised two questions to say, in my view, was it a good representation of the university what transpired at the CSIR? Having been present there myself, I personally experienced that or felt that the opportunity that was given to the members who were present, and I'm assuming you're talking about the members who were present and who wanted to enter into the venue. Yes. So the members were given that opportunity to enter into the venue by the Vice-Chancellor, that those questions that they wanted to table, they were more than welcome to do that. And everyone who had attended that session had registered prior to attending. And so when the members were requested to do that, as far as I understand, they were reluctant and they chose not to enter the venue for the specific reasons I do not know. At least that is my understanding of what transpired. When you are talking about, you know, the posting on socials and so on, I think the questions that you are raising, the Vice-Chancellor would love to engage on those herself. And I would encourage yourself as a student body representative to raise those questions with the Vice-Chancellor, so that she's able to engage you accordingly. I have found her to be a leader or a role model, certainly for myself as an executive in the university, as one who is always willing to to engage and to listen, but also to be given the opportunity to represent, as she holds her agency for that quite close to her heart and takes it very seriously. I've also found her to be someone who takes her role as the Vice Chancellor of the university very, very seriously as well, and who also really wants the university to be a place for engagement on ideas, and is not one who is going to say, you know, this is a different idea to mine, etc., etc. That's my personal experience of the Vice Chancellor, and so I would encourage you to pose such questions to the VC for her to be able to engage with you. Thank you, Program Director.
Thank you, Ms. Matabo. I believe that you have done justice to this question or concern. There is also a recommendation from Mr. Ketwa or that touches on communications, the management of the social media of our VP. I don't know whether, because we've got a communication specialist who represents the Gauteng region in other platforms, would you like to respond on that one, Ms. Ntuli?
Maybe just to add one thing that in addition to what maybe has already said, that maybe the VC will be a better opportunity for the sake of those who are online. Yes. Actually, I stand on what has already been submitted by MEVP, that the Vice Chancellor will be able to respond to that better. And another thing that I wanted to mention to Mr. Ketwa is that as you go through the Twitter account of the VC, it actually has a disclaimer that all the things that are mentioned there, they don't represent those of the employer. So that already covers her to say whatever she needs to say, well, without actually, not the bad things, of course, but maybe we may have to look at the issue of emojis and engage her further on her understanding of the use of those specific emojis that you are concerned about. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. I knew that you will be able to respond because that is your field, Ms. Ntuli. Colleagues, I don't know whether Professor Prinsloo is still he's still in our midst. Let me give him an opportunity just for 3 minutes to close his last response, you know, in all what has been said or from the comments, and also give to our regional director as well. Just 2 minutes, 2 minutes. Professor Prinsloo.
Thank you, so I posted it in the chat room as well that especially during COVID, when there's political turmoil, we get these WhatsApp messages that have been forwarded many times. And I always check the information. I immediately go to Google or Africa Check, and I search for the information. And then most often it is fake news. And then I would actually copy and paste the link of the fact that it's fake news. I will reply to the person that sent it and ask him or her to send it to everyone that she or he sent the original message from. Just that's firstly. So WhatsApp don't have the dates, and that's what makes it so scary. Can I remind the audience of the role radio played in the genocide in Rwanda? How the radio was used to find Tutsis and to find people and to hunt them down. And I do suspect social media as a danger. Just last comment, and I think that's one's identity is very, very important. And though and no comment on the VC's approach to social media, but when I post something on Facebook, I cannot add a disclaimer. I do it in my personal capacity. People know I'm a research professor, so it's very. That's why I said that last bullet. the boundaries between professional and personal are disappearing, and it's very, very important that I'm always aware of who I am, because I am on social media. Thank you, Madam Chair. Love you lots as a family member, and please take care, and all of the best with the rest of the conference.
Thank you, Prof. Let me give to Mema Salisa.
Thank you, Program Director, Dr. Ntuli. Before you leave, Dr. Prinsloo, I just wanted to touch two things, what Inga said. Inga, as the VP indicated, our VC is really very supportive to the students, and the commotion that was in CSIR was caused by her because she wanted the students to just come in. And I couldn't even get inside with you, and I felt so very bad, and I alerted my communication manager that next time we will prepare our students to have the entry card wherever we go, because you couldn't be singled out, though I knew you. On that day, I couldn't just take you, put you into my car, but the VC was very proactive in inviting all the students to come in, but something just happened that was not right. So know that the principal is supporting the students. Sometimes we feel that he does it more than even us, ne? Yes, that's how we feel. And the second part is that Professor Prinsloo, you know, I listened very carefully, and it remembered me your ODL communique number 49 that was that you published in 2011 when you were talking about the Mambo Jumbo. I saw the Mambo Jumbo on when you were talking, and I said, that's Professor Prinsloo again. And then he will take, he will put pictures like on the leaderless organization. He compared that to a spider and a fish, or a starfish. And if you read that communique, you'll enjoy it, but then you have to reread it, then you'll get the idea of what he was talking. Because on the Mambo Jumbo, he was actually on transformation before we could even think about that type of transformation, because he was talking about the racism, to say that in Unisa, black students are failing and white students are passing. And we are talking about the white person. So now it fell within the Mambo Jumbo and this leadership organization. So you have to really dig down deep to understand him. And last one, I just want to understand why we can't use a Google Chrome. Thank you.
Thank you for your parting shots, Professor Paul Prinsloo. We really appreciate you. Kindly note, while you are still there, that by the way, we have a gift for you. Unfortunately, you will not be able to receive that gift because you are on the other side of town. So you will get it when you are back home. It is arranged by, I'm aware. It was arranged by our host, Ms. Masalisa, our regional director, just to appreciate your time and your sacrifice. Thank you very much. Let me give an opportunity to our student in front here.
Good day to everyone in the office, if I can call it, I'm not sure, but in the whole years. My name is Nokwonga Dlamini. I'm a student here at Unisa doing PA in Communication and Science, and it's my first year. I was supposed to go for my second year, but due to challenges of funding, I couldn't manage. And as I'm speaking, I'm not studying this year. Hopefully, yes, of course, next year, because I've confirmed that next year something is coming up. At least I've found someone has helped to fund me in funding to continue for next year only, by the way. My question would be based at I would like to find out, like, how do you assist or cater for people who are disabled, more especially blind society? As a visually impaired person, I just find myself in a challenge whereby in 2020, when it was the beginning of COVID, things became hectic. I couldn't even go online studying, like the online thing. It was the worst ever challenge that I've ever come across, to a point where it's not like I just sat and relaxed, but I tried because it was in my interest to continue with my studies. When I was supposed to write my exams in November, December, I would go to internet cafe. And bear in mind that when you are at the internet cafe, you are at the mall or at the complex. And when you are there, there's a whole lot of noise. When you are at your room, yes, of course, you have a device to assist you, like a laptop. But the challenge is that there is no network where you are staying at. Yes, the Unisa helped us to assisted us with the data, but it was not always working due to the network. So I would be forced to go to the internet cafe. And when you get there, it's very distractive. You can't write your exams at the internet cafe. Everyone is there for their own businesses. There's a lot of noise. And you can't shush people to keep quiet just because you're writing your exams. And bear in mind, at the internet cafe, they do not have those devices for people who are visually impaired. And when it gets to that point, you have to ask someone, just a stranger or someone who's working at the internet cafe, to help you to be able to locate, to use the computer in order for you to write your exams. And that gave me a challenge because the internet cafe opens from 8 in the morning until 5. And my scheduled time for exams, it would sometimes say, you are commencing with your paper at 6 o'clock in the evening. Where am I gonna go? Who's gonna assist me? The network is not giving me any opportunity to try my level best to write my exams in my room. And when I go to internet cafe is closed. Like, I ended up failing. It was so sad with me because it was my first time of starting with my degree, and I was hoping that I'm going far and I should be doing my 3rd year this year, but due to the delays, nothing has happened, to a point whereby NSFAS has rejected my funding because I couldn't manage in 2020. So I wish to find out from the people who are responsible, how do you go about assisting us? We need help. It's a struggle, like it's a really struggle. And when you even get to our lab at Unisa, you need someone to be there because we don't know everything that it's supposed to be done online. We need someone to be there, someone who's patient, who's going to be willing to assist us and take us step by step on how do we do this, how do you go through your modules, how do you do your, like, everything that's supposed to be done in order for you to be able to compete with the other students, because you are capable. I believe to myself a lot. I'm a capable person. Ngiyazazi ukuthi ngizimisele, ngiyakufuna ukufunda ngenhliziyo yami yonke. I am pushed by something. Something is pushing me to do this, and I want to do, and I won't let it go. I won't leave until I find what I want to do. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nokubonga. You are speaking for many. Thank you for attending this event. Is there anyone who would like to take? Thank you.
Morning, Nokubonga, thank you for the question that you have raised, or at least the request that you have made. The challenge of network not being available, even though data is provisioned, you are quite right. It remains a challenge. So what is the thinking, certainly from my perspective? One, we must continue with the data provisioning, because where the network is available, then that assists those students in those particular areas. Where the network is not available, it remains a challenge. One of the things that I would like to see is, as we enter into the contract that we are entering into now with the mobile network operators, we are preparing that contract, because it's only a 2-year contract, we are preparing ourselves to ask the questions and engage the market on what would be some of the better ways. We certainly want to see some efficiencies cost-wise, so that we can lower the cost for the university, but we also want to see efficiencies in terms of spread, location-wise. How do we begin to balance these issues? So as I speak to you now, Nokubonga or Ms. Dlamini, I don't have an answer, because the availability of the network in particular areas in the country is beyond the reach or ability of the university. And so it is about the university leveraging off the relationships that we have to see how those particular players can be able to complement what the university is doing and invest in infrastructure in those areas. One of the things that I also want to understand better from our mobile network operators is their coverage versus our student population geographically, where we want our growth to be in terms of enrollment numbers, as we are planning and continue to do so. But what are their investment plans in those particular areas, and how do we find each other? As I'm sure as I have those engagements with them, they will indicate what are some of their challenges in terms of making investments in those areas. So it's a tricky one. I don't have an answer, Nokubonga, but I certainly would like to journey down this path that I'm explaining to yourself and those on the call, that it's an answer that we need to try and find. And how do we then complement the intention of the university to be a comprehensive open distance learning institution, where we offer the online experience, we offer the contact experience, but we also want these multiple modalities to be part of how we engage in teaching and learning. So it remains a conundrum, but it's definitely part of the journey of understanding how we get to the answer. Thank you.
Thank you, VP. Yeah, transformation comes with some casualties, and we acknowledge that fact, but we are not just sidelining some of our students, but we are journeying with them, as the VP says. In the labs, unfortunately, we cannot open 24/7, but we do have our staff members. When you come into the labs, they can assist you to do whatever that you would need to do. We are student support. I think you are familiar with our labs. Nenokubonga.
I am familiar, but sometimes you find that there's no one to assist them. And if should there be someone, maybe that someone would, maybe, let's say if it's someone who's not disabled, would tell you that I do not know how to go about the devices that you are using, guys. I can't know all the devices that are in this lab. So it becomes a challenge on its own. To make an example, I would sometimes go to the lab for people who are not disabled, where I would find Mr. Mulawuti. He's helped me a lot ever since I've came to Unisa. He's the person that has always been there for me. But I would not rely on him, because he's got his own work at his own office. his own people that is located to help. He's not based at the disability lab. And when you go there at the lab for abantu who are not disabled, you can see that like everything is easy for them. They have people who are looking after them whenever they ask for help. They are there. But when it comes to us, you go to our lab, there's no one sometimes. In most days, there is nobody. And even if there's that someone, that person doesn't have that heart to be patient with you, to take you step by step and say, okay, you press here, you go this way to check your modules, to do this. Because the system Yago Unisa, it changes now and then. And for people with, who are like us as a visually impaired, and most things, siyakrema thina ukuthi okay, mangingene la namhlanje, shooting sengiyenza kanje, uzothi uqala uthi okay, sengiyakwazi ukwenza lokho, sebeyayishintsha system. You are left with nothing again. That is why I'm saying we need someone who's really patient and able to willing to help us there in our lab.
Thank you, ma'am. I think you are giving us homework as regional management. I'm happy that our regional director is, pardon? Okay, we've got Mr. Kekana, who will assist us, perhaps in some way or the other. I also have Victor Mbuke, who is in the library, the head of library. I've got a regional academic coordinator who is responsible for the labs and who works with Mr. Mulaudzi. I do not want us to dwell much on this, but we will engage you, Nokbonga, even after this session. Ne, my dear?
Thank you, Chair. Nokbonga, I think luckily this year when we were preparing our budget, our RD, when we were engaging, she spoke about how we need to differentiate our students. Why differentiation? We don't want to sell a black car to every student. We want to know the need of every student. There will be a need for those who want to go online, fully online, those who want to come to the campus. You know, we need to address such needs. And the RD has proposed that we will go through our operational plan or strategic plan and start talking about such thing, the need that you are having. And I'm hoping that we will slowly address your concern. It's unfortunate that we at Gauteng region, some years ago, we were able to provide good solutions for people with disabilities. And we have regressed on that. And maybe it is time for us to come back and ask us a question, how do we address our situation? Thank you. Should I give it to?
Maybe to the 1 minute.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, colleagues. I simply wanted to share with the VP, whilst we're talking about transformation, and maybe the information will also, assist to Ms. Dlamini. VP, we in the library have been mandated by the university to negotiate and sign, well, let me say negotiate because the signing is the VC, to negotiate partnerships with the various municipalities. So when I hear Ms. Dlamini say she goes to the internet cafe, maybe Kodi Molong, I'm already thinking that, we've got safe space in the public library. And in most of these public libraries, well, maybe let me first qualify by saying we currently have a partnership with City of Johannesburg. We have a partnership with Mogale City. We're pursuing a partnership with City of Ekurhuleni. We are still talking to City of Tshwane, but we have a nice, a beautiful relationship with Atteridgeville Library. So I'm not sure where Ms. Dlamini stays, but in Soshanguve, okay, Madlamin. I'm sharing this with the VP when Ms. Dlamini, so that the VP can also support this initiative. The The RD mentioned that we have an event on Thursday, the International Literacy Day. We're doing this in collaboration with City of Johannesburg. We'll be hosting that event at Florida Public Library. When I went to Florida Public Library 2 weeks back to check the venue, to tour the library, they have a beautiful section with all the assistive devices for students with disabilities. And we also have similar assistive devices in our libraries here in Sunnyside, Johannesburg, and Ekurhuleni. So it's simply, I think, a matter of marketing. It's a matter of informing our students that you've got qualified librarians who work with ArcSuite. We are constantly in liaison with ArcSuite. We can also assist. When you use our partner libraries, for instance, we have one, City of Johannesburg, the furthest library we have, it's in Orange Farm. And it's at Unisa's cost, where if there's if the public librarian there says, Victor, there's a student who needs a research article, we send the research article. If a student requests a book from wherever he is, at our cost, we send the book by courier to that public library. So I think that a lot of our students, they don't know about this relationship. And whilst we're talking transformation, we're talking with Prof during tea time, that of course we need to be agile as Unisa. And these are the things that we can work on. We want to tap from the VP that, in terms of ICT, we already have partner libraries who've got internet access. They are sponsored by the National Library. They have a Mzansi network, which gives, and we don't just sign partnership with these municipalities. We check first, do they have internet access? Will they allow our student access to that internet? So it's something to think about, VP, something to enhance, and which could assist not only Ms. Lamini, but all our students who stay in these further areas. Thanks, colleagues.
Colleagues, let's just move to our last speaker for the day so that we do not tire people. As we continue with our program today, I am presenting to you our Vice Principal, Ms. Matabo Nakene, who's going to present to us and share his wisdom on digital transformation in Unisa. Ms. Makene is a Unisa Vice Principal ICT, Chief Information Officer, the chief one. Her strategic technology vision is to deliver technology solutions, life cycle leadership and management that advances student success rates, grows research output, and enables the curriculum. It is her vision to enable Unisa to provide a customized, consistently exciting experience wherever in the world students and academic leaders may be. Her top priority is to be academic focused and student centric. Top technology trends that will influence her work are investment into digital security, machine learning, and artificial intelligence. Leading up to her role at Unisa, she completed a 6-year tenure at AXA, where she drove over R1 billion of ICT investment into the business-making AXA airports, world-class and technology-centric. As she enters her 7th month with Unisa, she continues to focus on listening to stakeholders like us. And this is an integral part of formulating the ICT digital strategy at Unisa. Ms. Nakene, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I wanted to to play a short video just to introduce my presentation. Colleagues, can you assist me? I'm going to be sharing it from my screen, but I think the sound might be a challenge. I think I need to unmute and you mute over there. Mr. Rampi?
Yes, ma'am.
do we not mute there and I unmute here? I'm not sure. Can we try?
But we won't hear you for now, as you are playing the video.
Can we try?
Yes, ma'am.
Hang on.
You can just play it.
I think I need to unmute my mic, my sound.
Meet Professor Kumalo.
Can I go ahead?
Meet Balisa, a matriculant from a Quintal 3 school who has applied. Meet Professor.
Must I mute my speaker?
Just need you to share your presentation with everyone on Teams.
Okay, I thought I was sharing. No? Apologies. I see the problem. Am I sharing now?
Let's try again. Just share again.
Okay.
You can share.
Yeah,
I don't think it's sharing now.
1 second. There we are. Okay. I had done that.
You can try to share with sound. You'll have to share your screen. Because when he lives here, it won't, yeah, just cancel again.
Meet Professor Kumalo.
No.
Yeah.
Okay.
Try quickly.
All right, Mr. Rampe. Thank you.
So,
Include the computer sound, main desktop, yeah. Yes.
Meet Professor Kumalo.
No, we're not winning.
Meet Balisa, a matriculant from a Quintal 3 school who has applied with Unisa and has been accepted.
Okay, I can see that it's a challenge, but I'm also responsible. I must take responsibility because we needed to have a.
yeah, we can switch your mic there. Yeah, we can continue.
Okay. So let's leave the video.
Yeah,
I
I'll share
think.
it on the link.
Yeah, I think let's leave the video. I must take responsibility. We should have had time to practice, but because I was in another meeting, we didn't have that time. So apologies, Mr. Rampe. I will simply then share the slides that I would like to present with today. May I do that?
Yes.
All right. So you can see my desktop, right? No? Ah.
See what's wrong here. Still shows you.
It shows as sharing on my side,
I didn't want you.
and I am on the call as well. but you see a blank screen from me.
If it's not confidential, you can send it to me.
Okay, I think let's do that. I'm going to send it to you, Mr. Rampe, and then I'm going to start talking. You'll just join me on the way. Okay. One second.
Colleagues, let me give you, I've been sitting for so long while the VP is sorting herself and the technology team. Just take a 3-minute body break. You can stretch yourself, you can stretch your legs. Maybe go and take a cup of coffee and come back. That's a good idea. Thank you. She will be engaging us. Over to you, Ms. Nakene.
Meet Professor Kumalo. Meet Palisa, a matriculant from a Quintile 3 school who has applied with Unisa and has been accepted. Before the academic year begins, Professor Kumalo has already prepared a profile for one of her courses, chemistry. In terms of the POPI Act, Unisa prides itself in ensuring that Palisa's data is not accessed by any third parties for unofficial purposes. Palisa uses the Unisa app to enroll her biometric data to access the 24-hour CCTV monitored laboratory at Florida campus. Unisa ensures that when Palisa's e-hailing arrives or departs, it is pre-authorized for dropping as well as collecting her, using a license plate recognition. The Unisa app has a way to find a location as well as push notifications that enables ease of access for Palisa to navigate around campus. Unisa Learning Management System uses a dedicated 24-hour student academic and technical support through our call center and social media platforms. Unisa employs learning analytics and artificial intelligence engine for proactive student support to drive up student success. Unisa services includes but not limited to the non-degree frameworks, immersive learning, as well as the commercial MOOC partnership revenue stream. Palisa graduates on time with her renowned research available on the Unisa Cloud platform, as well as joining fellow Unisa alumni on various channels.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Those are some of the ambitions that we have in ICT. Let me share the presentation with you. There we go. Thank you for the opportunity this afternoon, Program Director, Professor Masalesa. I would like to acknowledge, oh, can I have some power, please? My battery is about to die. I just need a place to connect the PowerPoint. Edwin, can you please assist me? Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Ntuli. There we go. On the side, this side. Oh, is it that side? Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Ntuli. We're good. Thanks. I'll start again. Looks like today is not my day. Program Director, Professor Masalesa. I'd like to acknowledge Dr. Bupape and Professor Prinsloo, who have spoken before me this morning. Good afternoon to all the colleagues that are on the call, the student colleagues who are also on the call. Thank you for the opportunity to share with you our ambitions in ICT, as you have seen on the video. Please just check that the power is on, because it's flashing the battery is low message again. If you can just check that it's on. I want to talk to you this morning around how we want to manage or drive digitalization in Unisa. We know that we have strengths as an institution where we have a value proposition, we have a blueprint for being a comprehensive distance learning, open distance learning institution. We have an enrollment plan. We know that we can do online teaching, learning, and assessments. Colleges such as College of Education, they are growing as we speak. daily the number of online offerings that they have. But as ICT, we do have a weakness. We have to look at our capabilities. We're not efficient in solving students' challenges. We have an inconsistent customer and user experience. There's still a lot of manual data processing in our environment. We have digital security vulnerabilities as we speak. And as an institution, we are asking ourselves continuously how we get better at financial sustainability. So in the portfolio, we then have an opportunity. How do we use incremental innovation? How do we assist in further streams of revenue generation? What is our role in high research output, high student throughput, enhancing or improving the employee value proposition, improving student enrollments, student support measures, and how do we improve the customer and the user experience? What is our role in the catalytic niche areas? And what are we saying about the commercial MOOCs that are available? As an institution, there is a shrinking fiscus that we must deal with. There are geopolitical contestations that may or sometimes affect even our supply chains. The dissatisfaction of staff and students, we cannot continue to ignore, especially in the ICT portfolio. We know that we also are grappling with declining enrollments overall, and there's lots of new competition that is challenging us. So what is it that we must do in ICT? We must focus on the strengths that amplify our opportunities. So we need to mature the Codel blueprint that we have so we can allow the creation of new products and revenue streams. So we want to enable product and value streams for high research output and high student throughput. We also want to focus on the strengths that minimize threats. So we want a stable teaching and learning platform or platforms, so we're able to attract enrollments and see the opportunities or find opportunities for revenue growth. We want to minimize weaknesses by pursuing certain advantages. So we want to grow our ICT capabilities so we can improve the employee value proposition. We want to upskill along our ICT. Okay, the plug is not on, and so I've lost. I've lost power. I've lost power. So the plug that I'm plugged into is
On.
it's not charging though.
Yeah, I saw that too.
Yeah, it's not charging. Please bear with us, those that are online. Oh, no, just push it in, push that. Yeah, it should. Struggling with power, 1 second.
Dim.
Yeah. Edwin, can you assist? It's not charging.
It's not charging, I wonder.
Yeah, Dr. Bopape's power is charging, mine is not. Just swap. Just swap. Swap the plugs. Is it plugged in? Yeah.
But if you see the keys, your keys should light.
Yeah, it's fine.
Wait.
Yeah, perhaps it will come.
Okay, unless Mr. Rampe, you can flight the presentation
Yeah,
from your
just
side
share
and
the
then I'll talk to
presentation
it.
from your side.
Let me use Dr. Bopape's. It's charging. Aha. We're back in the game.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, keyboard is back.
Gauteng region is baptizing you with fire.
Yeah. All the things Murphy has visited me today, all the things that could possibly go wrong are going wrong. And I'm sure one of the questions is like, let's see, VP ICT. How technology savvy are you?
The technology is showing you flames.
Flames.
It's always the case.
Yeah. Okay, I'm signing in, and then we'll share the screen. Just to share with you, I'm connected on EduRoam. So because of the TNET network that all universities are part of, there's an offering of EduRoam where universities, because I am with Unisa, I can, if I land anywhere at a university that is using TNET and is on the EduRoam network, I'll be able to connect. You put in your Unisa username as you normally log into your PC, and then you put in your password and you connect. So I tested it this morning. When I was on the other side of the campus, I connected. When I came here, I connected. And so I will be talking to the team to please, we finalize this because this is the last site on the infrastructure as a service project, so that you are able to connect here at Gauteng region the way we are connecting at Makelniek.
Lucas, where is Lucas?
Mr. Rampe.
Is listening online.
Okay, Lucas, we can jump to, because you're sharing on your side. Allow me to try and share again, Lucas. Let's see if it'll work. Okay, I'm joining the call again. We're in business. Yes. So this is where I lost you, when I lost power. We want to upskill along our ICT capabilities so that we manage or mitigate the risk of geopolitical contestation and the negative impact it could have on our supply chains and how we are able to offer a digital workplace. We want to therefore enhance customer and user experience by providing stable infrastructure, stable core systems, so we can avoid dissatisfied staff and students and contribute to enrollment growth. The digitalization strategy that we are driving in ICT is to deliver technology solution lifecycle management that advances student success rates, grows research output, and enables the curriculum. It also links up, Professor Masalesa, to the time that we spent about 2 weeks ago when we were reviewing the Unisa strategy, whereby as an enabler, we're going to be focusing within the broader Unisa strategy on products, platforms, and ecosystems. And we are also going to be ensuring that our users, our students, get the most out of the technology tools that we provide. And by driving those two objectives in the strategy, it is directly linked to what you see in front of you in the screen. For us to drive products, platforms, and ecosystems is because we believe we must be academic focused and student centric. I'll talk to that a little bit. It's because we believe that our architecture must be composable, and how we respond to technology enablement, we must do so by understanding the needs of the business and having a technology architecture that is not monolithic, but one that is modular, and we're able to respond to business needs at the time when you need it. We also believe that this links to secure teaching, learning, and research as a strategic principle for us, so that we manage the issues around data exfiltration. That's why in the video we share that ambition, that Palesa will not have her data accessible by criminal entities who then want to say to her, I can write the examination for you if you pay me. And we want to protect our data against that. We are working on that. It's a journey. We're certainly working on it. It is a strategic principle that we are driving. And when we say we want to pivot towards products, platforms, and ecosystems, for teaching, learning, and research, it's also because we want to drive incremental innovation. In the second objective that will be a part of the strategy that we've been working on reviewing as led by the portfolio of Professor Ndlovu, the second objective is that we ensure that our staff and students get the most out of the digital investments that we have. And that links to our digitalization principle of a digital workplace. When we say we want to be academic focused and student centric, the first thing that we are doing as the ICT portfolio, we are reviewing our operating model and reviewing our structure. We're not structured effectively. Also, our operating model, we are more process and service orientated, but we want to become value based in our operating model so that we don't continue to be at the end of curriculum changes when they happen and be responsive, but become part of the conversation about what must change and why, and therefore what are the implications on the systems that we are offering. So that's a vision that we are driving towards, and that's why we are working on changing the operating model so we drive towards being a value-based ICT portfolio. We also want to look at how we engage with academics in the institution. The way that we are doing it now is not effective. All the colleges have the same complaint. You don't understand how we work. You don't understand why we do what we do. You don't understand why we drive research the way we are driving it. Dr. Ntuli, there is an example of an academic who came to Unisa, wanted to share his research. It took us 3 years to enable him to do that. And we're talking about a rated scholar who's doing groundbreaking research on cancer. And it took us 3 years just to let him share his research with his global counterparts. So it shows you that it's true. We need to work on understanding what is important to academics and therefore enabling them. And so one of the things we want to do is to provide or introduce a capability around service fulfillment, where we will have, similarly to what HR does as a business partner, but we have ICT as a business partner in the college, in the supporting department. Now, we will not be able to have lots of warm bodies to cater for all departments individually, but we can certainly create a team where we can maximize and really start to focus on understanding those ICT issues in the college, not in a manner that we've been doing where we are very reactive, but in a manner that we are part of solving the problems in the college when they need it, and also now start to be proactive. So that's something that we want to introduce in our operating model and in our structure, and we're working on that. Student engagement model, we need to improve. Mr. Ketwa, I would like to engage more often with yourselves, so we must work as ICT portfolio on what that engagement model looks like. We also think, Mr. Ketwa, we are missing out on an opportunity. We have 372,000 students. That is a captive audience that has multiple interactions amongst each other, but we are not involved. We are not part of that. And so we need to find ways, hopefully with some inputs from members such as yourselves, on how we can be better than about that. As an example, there's lots of videos on YouTube of students, by students, to students, how you can do something better on Moodle, how you get this right, how you get that right. And while that is good, but surely as the university, how do we become part of that conversation so we can understand your needs as the student population better? It's certainly something that we want to work on. I want to drive customer experience. My colleague, Mr. Chaingwe, is here. It's one of the projects he's driving as an architect in our ICT team, and I will share a little bit about that, on why we must drive customer experience, but also how we are starting to do that. The learning management system is one of the ways that a lot of us experience Unisa, so we need to get it right. That screen, Mr. Ketwa, with a pink block that has an error that frustrates many students, and then they post on the socials. You see, Unisa? We want to put that as a thing of the past, and we are working on that. I'll share that a little bit. When we say we are driving digitalization in this manner, Professor Masalesa, it's because we know that in the bigger scheme of things, if you want to drive digitalization, it's either you choose to focus on customer experience, process efficiency, or you end up disrupting the industry that you're in, cannibalizing your own business model, disrupting and creating a new product. For us, we want to focus on customer experience and also begin to introduce process efficiency. This is because digitalization has changed the path to purchase. The traditional supply economy is such that I'm selling a service, you are buying that service from me, and there is competition in the market. I continue to grow my customer base, but there gets a point where my customer base doesn't, no matter how many more customers I get, it makes no difference to how my business is going to grow. And it's because then there's competition. There's other businesses that offer a similar service to myself. So this is more the traditional side of supply economics. But we're living in the digitalization era where we must understand demand-side economics. And that's why we're very excited to be working with College of Economic and Management Sciences and some of the researchers and academics in that department, so we can understand that better. What has changed is that born digital businesses drive customer network behaviors. So they focus on access, engagement, customization, connection, collaboration. I think it is good for Unisa to see how we focus on engagement, so that to our students and our academics, we become a source of valued content. But then we also focus on customization, where we make our offering and the student experience one that is adaptable to the student's needs. Demand-side economics is driven by interactions. The more interactions you have, the more valuable the brand, and the more it can grow. That's why Facebook is where it's at. That's why Airbnb, Uber is where it's at, because it drives interaction. That's what makes those born digital companies so successful. So where's the opportunity for us? With a captive audience of over 372,000, why are we not part of that engagement? How do we work on customizing the brand experience through the systems that we enable so that we can grow interactions? And when we grow interactions, it means we look at, do we have the scale to do that? How many of those interactions are we driving? So are we growing those interactions? And what is the data that we are collecting to learn more about those interactions so that we can be better at our offerings? Professor Prinsloo presented the other side of the dangers of digitalization and how much data we are collecting. You would recall one of his diagrams, you'll say, we're already collecting the data. What we need to be better at, and that's why we must grow our ICT capabilities, is that yes, there's all these sources of data, but we're not very good at bringing those together for intelligence purposes. We've started with Unitelligence, so it's a very good direction. We're getting into the second phase of the project, but we need to complement Professor Ndlovu's team so that we are able to consolidate the sources of data better for them. We're able to protect the data better than what we are doing now, and we're able to create environments for them to ask the relevant questions that they need. And so those are some of the plans that we have going forward. Other parts of being academic focused and student centric means understanding how to enable our systems to assist to learn more about our students, our academics, and what they require. The second digitalization principle. I see I'm sharing the wrong version of my presentation. You'll excuse me just 1 second. Again, the team that is with me on this call spent a lot of time on these slides, so I don't want to disappoint them, Chairperson. Yes, no. They spent a lot of time. I don't want to disappoint them. Aha. Okay. Yes. All right. So let's talk a little bit about the learning management system. We started 2022 with performance concerns on the learning management system. In March, we had a very prolonged outage. And then we learned from that. We came with an improved architecture. We went into examinations. It was the 7th sitting online, and by all accounts and purposes, the most successful that we have had out of the sittings thus far. We did have interruptions, but comparatively speaking, we managed to run a successful examination. Where we are now, we've come out of the examination, there's marking that's happening, there's submissions as we speak of assignments and so on. And we are getting ready for the next examination period, starting in a month's time. We've learned from the May-June examination that, yes, we provided an architecture that took us through the examinations, but from a consumption on our cloud services, it's a little bit too high than what we'd like. So we are doing a number of investigations with other cloud providers to see, can the university not offer this, but at a more cost-efficient rate. So we are hoping that as we've started those investigations, we'll go into the examination period with the environment that we had for May, June, so that we cause less disruption. But we want to review our investigations, and we target to take some decisions around that so we can begin to see those cost efficiencies starting into the new year. That is if, of course, we can find cost efficiencies. That's what we are investigating. So if we do, we want to start to introduce such changes in the new academic year. On the matters of what happens during peak demand, we know that demand is there when there's registration, and it's about, when we create new student profiles and so on. There is a high demand when we look at e-tutor grouping, when we are creating group sites from master sites. So these are things that we are working on within the operational team to say, how do we find ways to optimize? On the concurrency side, we want to look at increasing concurrency, and we want to say, how can we improve the total exam cycle duration so that the marking can start earlier? So these are some of the learnings that are coming out of the May-June examinations that we are working on the side of the operational team. What I'm sharing with you is something that we still need to take to the steering committee of the digital teaching learning system. And but we have shared these thoughts with, or at least I've shared these thoughts with Professor Moza, and the steering committee is coming up. So the steering committee must take a ruling to say, do they agree with us or not? Effectively, what we want to do, Prof. Masales, is really work on stabilizing the learning management system. As we get into the examination period, some of those activities will slow them down so that we don't disrupt the examinations. After the examinations, we'll pick up, continue to work on that, including the multi-cloud investigation. We have to do an upgrade of the Moodle system during the November-December period after the examinations, so we'll also work on that. There's functionality that remains important to Professor Motsa and the rest of the teaching and learning community that we still need to bring on board, and we'd like to do that between Q1 and the beginning of Q2 next academic year. And then we continue to work on some of the upgrade work that we need to do after the May-June examinations next year. And we think that that is the period that will take us to closing the project side of the digital teaching and learning system. But the operational side is going to continue. And on the operational side, we want to focus on the ability to be able to respond to requests, like Dr. Makatu Kuno saying, I need an instance for CPD. Dr. Chedi, I need an instance for ADOF. And those are things that we can do within the operational team. And we want to work on our process efficiency there. How quickly can we be able to respond? If you want to create new sites, how quickly do we respond to that? So in the operational team, those are the things that we want to continue to focus our process efficiency on. It also requires that we build that team from people side and process side, and then also find additional team members because they're really, really stretched. And so with the operating model that we are working towards and the structure that we want to propose, we want to start building that team. Hopefully, these matters will be approved by the powers that be, and we can have that structure in place so that next year we begin to fill those roles. So on the previous slide, those matters must still be addressed at a steering committee level, and we hope that they will find consensus with us. Let's talk about student centricity. As I mentioned earlier, Mr. Chaingwe, who is here with me presently in the meeting, is working on some of these aspects. It is our view that it is no longer a choice for us in the ICT portfolio, but an obligation. So we must say, let's understand what student centricity is about. Developing the whole student, recognizing that learning is not restricted to where the lecturing takes place, but it encompasses social, cultural, and professional aspects of where the student exists. Let us build on the richness of the student's diverse experience, and let us ensure that in the environments, the policies, the processes that we design, we promote access and break down barriers. So what are we doing? We want to understand personas of students. There's quite a few. We've seen that as we work on this, we are collaborating with, remind me please, Mr. Chaingwe, is one of our colleagues that you've already reached out to, including the colleagues who work on the student satisfaction survey and so on, is Dr. Mabuza, Dr. Cheti.
Student funding and
yes. Yes, and Dr. Cheti from DTSFL.
Okay, that's Mangi's friend.
Miss Jansen. Yes. Oh, yes, Miss Glad. Yes, from CHEMS. Yes. So what we want is, let us understand the different personas of the students so that we can understand the different journeys of those personas and how those personas then interface with the systems that we offer. And by doing that, we might start to get insights on what they would like to see in the systems, and then that would also guide us on what we need to work on to improve in our systems or introduce that we don't already have. So some of these personas have got interesting names, transferring Tandi. It's coming to our new environment, comparing what she knows with what she sees. Parent Pat might be a single parent needing a very personalized information approach. And some of the personas would include those colleagues, like our colleague here, who are disabled and would need systems that would cater for them to be able to engage with their learning environment. So we are wanting to see how we provide different channels in terms of engaging with the different personas. We also are using a framework that is talking to those matters, that gives us an idea of how should we be thinking about learning design from a customer experience or student experience perspective. And this is early days, but it gives you a sense as the Gauteng region on some of the things that we are working on, so we can understand the student. And then our next step is also understanding the academic better, and we'll be following some of these same principles. The digitalization principle of composability, as I said, we've got a codal architecture blueprint, but we need to mature it. And so we want to work on it such that we focus on business processes. Professor Mota has indicated one of the things that she's focusing on as she was tabling the budget for TLSS is student support. And what will also help and what we can contribute to that conversation is the mapping of business processes, as we have already started to do with the replacement of the student information system that we are working on. The mapping of as-is business processes so that we are able to understand what they must be and what are the optimization opportunities, which of those processes are ripe for automation, how do we drive that. We want to build a technology architecture that is going to help us with decisions around what technologies should we be disinvesting in, what technologies should we be investing in. We want to look at matters of automation, and that means that we must be better at understanding the business processes so that we can identify which ones are good for automation. A very good opportunity that we are working on is to automate so that on day one, when you come as a staff member, you get your laptop. We know that that is a struggle. It was very saddening for me to hear that there is an academic who came during May, beginning of May, month end May, they resigned because they had not received this thing, their laptop. So those are areas where we need to improve, and such a process is one that is good for automation, and we've started to look at that. We also want to look at analytics so that we can enable predictive and prescriptive analytics, which is an area that Dr. Molapo and her team are very much keen on. So when we talk about a technology roadmap, what are some of the things that are influencing our thinking? What we believe or think to be key in higher education: differentiation, academic freedom, autonomy. How do we change the ecosystem that we are part of? So we need to understand learning styles. We need to understand what is happening with regards to MOOCs and the commercial MOOCs that are with us now. There are changes that are introduced by COVID. There's all of us as CIOs in higher education who are talking about digitalization. We know that the strategy, as we've reviewed it 2 weeks back, is going to be introducing some areas of improvement. There's a codal business model that the university has approved and is investing in. So that means we need to be better at understanding hybrid and multiple channels, the part that makes us comprehensive. And the part we talked about earlier where I said, I myself don't have answers. If I'm in an area where the network is not there, but university has given me data, it's a conundrum, especially if getting to one of the regional sites is a challenge. So we need to be working on these things, and these are the things that are influencing our thinking as we think about a technology roadmap going forward. What are some of the things that we believe should be our focus in the architecture team that we want to build as part of our operating model and as part of our proposed structure? I want to understand digital architecture enablers. And when we say in the new strategy as an enabler, we are pivoting to products, platforms, and ecosystems, is because we want to really focus on a product architecture where we as ICT, we manage the products, but my engaged business sponsors, being the heads of the other portfolios, they own the products. And by owning the products, they influence the direction of the product. They influence, this is what we want this product to perform to versus that. In the student management system, going forward, we want this versus that. And that is then that leadership, that collaboration that we want to build. And a lot of us CIOs in higher education, that is our ambition, to say we may manage the product, but the product is owned in the respective business areas, and we want to complement that, enable them, but drive this thing together. So the architecture, some of the architecture principles we are also taking into consideration is that, again, I touched on it in a previous slide, a unified hybrid experience. That's what makes us comprehensive, because we are multimodal. How do we introduce differentiated platforms? So we see ourselves providing products. These products may be part of multiple platforms, but together they form an ecosystem. So even though you've got student information system, there's multiple platforms involved to make it work. It is part of an ecosystem that also includes the learning management system, as well as other products. And so these are the things that are really at front of mind for us as we work on the technology roadmap and grow the capability of architecture. So how are we thinking about it? There are certain products that we believe need to be replaced, and the student management system is one of them. There are certain products that maybe they just need us to improve them, re-architect them. The learning management system is built. We already have it, but it can be improved. First part, let's stabilize it. Add the other functionalities that Professor Mota has indicated to me. They're still important to teaching and learning, and then improve how the system just generally responds from a performance perspective. And then there are those that we believe they're going to really allow us to drive digitalization, analytics, service experience management, and these are then our focus areas on the principle of composability and what we are building as an architecture capability. The third digitalization principle I spoke about is to secure teaching, learning, research, and operations and support. Data exfiltration is a problem. We need to address it and arrest it. We know that part of that is growing the capabilities in our team. Currently, we have a very small team. I think it's about 4 colleagues. And we know that we need to grow the capabilities in that team, but also grow the size of that team. And that's why in our operating model and in the structure that we are proposing, we are looking at how we introduce new roles in there, and how we introduce other capabilities such as cryptography and other areas in digital security. We also know that we need to drive awareness. It's a continuous thing. It's not a once-off thing, because even the best of us can be caught with a phishing tactic, and you click on the link and all of a sudden there's a problem. So awareness is something that we want to focus on as an ongoing. As we work with this new service provider that Council approved for us for the next 3 years, they approved it on their meeting of June. We're finalizing the contract with them. We're going to be working on how do we identify vulnerabilities? How do we respond should we be attacked? What do we need to learn about our cyber adversaries? We must take a risk-based attack prioritization, make sure we put in place the right controls, and have proper remediation plans. Some of these aspects, yes, they will be able to help us with, but we will be better if we grow the capabilities internally and grow the team size so that we respond much more effectively. The other digitalization principle we are driving is digital workplace. We have to improve on providing productivity devices. Prof. Masali, so you can't have people resign because they just did not get a laptop. So we must get better at that, and those are things that we are working on. Digital education, we've got investments, but let us provide opportunities for staff to get more out of it, to understand better how these tools work. So we want to focus a lot on that. Data provisioning, as I mentioned earlier, we're working on a contract now that will run for 2 years, But we are also asking ourselves the question, isn't there a better way to do it, a more cost-efficient way? And how do we influence some of the plans that the mobile network operators have, if we can? There is the principle of incremental innovation. Here we've developed, or we are developing, a framework, and I'll talk a little bit more about that. We are looking at a platform business model. I'll elaborate a little bit. How do we participate in open education technology? We want to increase the number of digital studios that are available for academics to create content. We also want to complement their work with the skills that we have in the multimedia team. This session is streaming live because of the multimedia team that is in ICT. When academics do inaugural lectures and those are recorded, it's because of this multimedia team. It's a lot of work that they do, a lot of difference that they bring. That's why we can be able to say, in those aspects, we have digitized. Working on digitalization, we want to take their skills and complement those of academics and how to create video content. One of the things Dr. Chetty has shared with us is he's learned, or his team, they've observed, when students get shorter videos that are more focused on the content, the response is very positive. So how do we want to work on growing the capabilities in the multimedia team so that we can complement academics to produce more content like that is engaging students. We're looking at the catalytic niche area of aviation. What is it that we can do to enable there? We're going to start with the use of drones, because we in ICT, our interest is what technology platforms can we offer in the university so that when those drones are used, there's a way in which to manage them. Because there's a bit of work to manage drones when they're in your environment. The question we're also asking, not that Unisa has never asked the question, those questions have been asked, but we're saying let's revisit them, pick up where we left off. How can we use 3D printing? So, in this incremental innovation framework, and my colleague who's driving this, something has happened with the screen. I don't know what has happened with the screen. Mr. Oh, super. Okay, so
It's not fine there.
okay, the screen in the room is rebooting. I'm not sure what's happening there, but let me focus on those that are on the call because you can see the screen. So my colleague, Dr. Stein, is, I hope you're still on the call, Dr. Stein. She's working on the incremental innovation framework, and the thinking that we are having is when you think about innovation, there's two sides. There's the problem definition, there's the domain definition. With incremental innovation, we want a low-risk approach. So we want to introduce new ideas that we have incubated, that we have tested, where we are working with different stakeholders, so that by the time we introduce it into the mainstream, we understand the risks, we understand the learnings. And some of these we may learn are not viable in the mainstream, but these will be good lessons for us for other innovations that we want to explore. I talked a little bit about drones. So drones, what we like about them, autonomous programmable flying systems, which means they can be used in the university environment where the university has got expensive pieces of land and property assets to be able to monitor and assist with areas of maintenance. They can be able to assist with areas of security. But there are rules that go with drones that you then need to understand. So issues of photography, surveillance, in the chaos environment, issues of crop dusting, inspection, and so on. So, but we must understand the rules of that. We also want to coach ourselves on how to fly the drones. So I'm looking forward, Prof. Masalis, to me, you, and others going for that training. We are working with HR and supply chain to be able to assist us to find a service provider that can help us with that. What we know about these devices as well, you need to take care of them. If we're going to introduce them and CAIAS wants to use them and engineers in the university want to use them, you need to manage them. They've got flight records. You must schedule maintenance. So it will be good to have a technology platform that would be able to assist us to automate such a business process within the university. We think that these are good devices that can assist in scientific research, in design and engineering courses, in the computer science domain, and in research in the development of new drone applications. So we do think that it's definitely a catalytic niche area to pursue, and by investing in these incremental opportunities, we will find ways to mainstream some of these aspects. On the 3D printing, we think, it's about automated manufacturing machines, how to print complex designs, how to print on demand, how we manage waste, be more friendly to the environment. And there are varied use cases in engineering, in medicine, in science, and in the home. We are saying maybe we can use it in multidisciplinary research. We're working on arranging a colloquium where we can have different academics participate and share ideas with us to see if we are on the right track. Dr. Stein is also working on arranging that. We think in the student field, maybe we can assist students to learn various skills such as designing, programming, and so on when it comes to the use of algorithms. Maybe it's an opportunity to encourage creativity and innovation whilst designing models and figures. And it can maybe make learning a lot more interactive and hands-on. So we think these are areas that are worth exploring. We've started also on the incremental innovation side, working on blockchain. We're working with the registrar's team, we're working with the team in SMPD, and we're working with School of Computing in the CAIAS college. So we think blockchain technology brings decentralized, permanent digital ledger. Not we think, we know that's what makes it good. What is great about the ledger is that the data cannot be altered. The record remains intact, it minimizes fraud, and it creates an audit trail that documents the provenance of an asset at every step of the journey of creating that asset. And we can look at how transactions can be automated by using smart contracts to increase efficiency and speed. So why we are working with Registrar's team and School of Computing and SMPD is how do we create a student record that cannot be altered? It is a means to verify the academic credentials like degrees, certificates, transcripts. It provides platforms through which a student can own and control the record of their academic achievement. And it is an easy joint accreditation between the institution, within the institution. So these are areas that we want to explore using this incremental innovation framework and working with the different stakeholders to see where we can land. Here's the one that I really have a passion for. I mean, I have a passion for all of them. But I do think that a 372,000 captive audience that were just not understanding what drives interactions amongst our students is a missed opportunity. No. And I'm hoping that as we work on this with the colleagues in CHEMS, we're going to start seeing some traction. But the secret to this as well is understanding the student personas, the journey analytics, and then what is it that drives interactions. And so as we drive and create those interactions, we need to collect the data. But not in a way that creates the problems that Professor Prinsloo was alluding to, but in a way, that really enhances the student experience and drives a customized experience, allows us to be part of the engagement amongst our students. But it can also, I think, lead to other opportunities that the university can explore. So as I referred to earlier, platforms grow due to a network effect, because a platform brings someone who creates content together with somebody who, or matches that role with someone who consumes content. So we are asking ourselves, couldn't there be a platform where students offer tutoring or support to peers, to other students? How do we become a part of that? How do we create that space as Unisa? How do we connect students with vetted third-party service providers? We are in discussions on these matters. And maybe there could be an opportunity for Unisa to have some sort of income input from this. But we'd have to start by creating the space of student-to-student interaction. And that's why we want to work with the academics who are in economics, so that they help us understand behavior economics as well as demand-side economics. So it's something that will take time. Even the best of businesses that are platform businesses today, your bank is a platform business today. Your mobile network operator sees themselves as a platform business today. It takes time to find that sweet spot where you are bringing two parties together. One creates content, one consumes content. The other area that some of platform businesses play is innovation platforms. Your phone uses Android today. Android is an innovation platform because it is a place that allows people who make apps to connect with people who consume apps. And it is a hub in the platform business economy because Google has made sure that they've made themselves so central to what we've come to understand as a smartphone, that they are seen to be a hub player when it comes to platform economics. And they are able to create an effect such that if you want to enter the space that they are in, it's very difficult because of how they've integrated themselves to so many different service offerings. I spoke a little bit earlier around our operating model. We want to see ourselves having a value-based operating model, and those are some of the things we are working on. We know that higher education CIOs are focusing a lot on digital security. And so that is an area where we need to really, really invest, and that's why we want to grow capabilities as well as grow the team in that area. All of these things we need to do understanding that we are a public university and we're a creature of statute. So we work within an enterprise risk management framework, and the more we understand that better, the more we understand how we can bring value to the table. Thank you. Colleagues, thank you for the opportunity.
Wow. What an information. What an information. Thank you, Vice Principal. Really, you are... No, I didn't want to say that. I wanted to say, really, you are a digital citizen. So, yeah, with all these innovations and your dreams, you know, dreams do come true. And I believe that some of your dreams have already taken place at Unisa. I've noted that whatever that you present, it's student-centric. And I mean, these things that you are doing, we're doing it for our client who is the student. The investments that you referred to, you said that students must get the most out of the digital investments. It's not only about the staff members, but it's about Bo Mr. Ketwa. You understand what I mean? And then colleagues, without further ado, I really want to appreciate the VP for sharing these dreams with us, what they plan to do as ICT, what will drive one of the things that I missed out in your presentation was the robotics. You referred to the drones, you referred to a number of, a multimodality within the Codel institution. However, the robotics, and why I'm talking about that, it's because here in Gauteng region, in collaboration with CSET, we will be training our students, orientating them on how to build a robot from the start. So, Gauteng rocks. So thank you, VP, especially the issue. I'm so passionate about the issue of interaction among students, because, when you put a student to educate another student, there are many research outputs that are referring to that students learn better when they are learning from peers. And we used to have this program, the peer collaborative learning, in our regions, and we want to take that to the digital platforms, the one that you are going to create. We are support, and we are prepared to support our students in the spaces that you will create for that purpose. So we are really grateful for that. Let me take this opportunity to move to our next presenter, who is going to do the justice of thanking all our participants, our presenters, and it's none other than Mr. Lucas Rampe.
He will be assisted by Mema Salesa in handing over the gifts.
Okay. Yeah, only 2 minutes, ma'am, because you don't have the script. I'll be watching you. I'll be timing you.
2 minutes, you must take your time. I don't even finish.
Okay, let's give to you, and then from there you will wrap up.
Thank you very much, Program Director, and thank you very much, our VP. This is very exciting. When you started coming along with your presentation, touching on the third part of the learning management in Unisa and so on, but promising very strong that there will be improvements on it. We were following, I believe, each and every one of us was following with interest. But when you start touching on the incremental technologies, I started to get so much absorbed when you would touch on the student personas, and I could see even Inga raising up his head. Really, there's so much innovation in what you're talking about. We have a lot that we want to ask you, but it's a pity that we've got a very strict program director, and then the day is just not enough for us. But we will definitely engage you furthermore, and we are adopting you in the family of Gauteng region, because you qualify, and we will pay your membership. The joint accreditation on the drones, who are getting accredited? Is it the pilot and the university, or who gets this joint accreditation? But I want you to circle the part on aviation. And I think yourself and your team, you'll be invited on a special meeting to discuss issues of aviation. I don't want to discuss it now, but our manager operations is here, and he will he will really have to also circle that one, because the catalytic niche areas of the principle touches on our side, VP. We are sitting in a province that has got many airports than other provinces. Now, some time ago, when Mondli Ngungubele was the mayor in Ekurhuleni, he asked Unisa to develop a module on erotropolis. Remember, I took the principal on at the rules and whatever, and then Prof, who is in the science of aeronautic, said he will participate with Unisa, with Gauteng region on that matter. And the principal in the CSIR one asked me, how far are you? Because the first module we started working with him, myself and Tatekekana, he will shower you with ideas and run away. And then I will do the readings and bring everybody together. So the principal at that time assisted us with a smaller write-up. Now he was demanding to me to say, can we proceed with that? So now it's an assignment that Ntatebo Pape brings transformation, and we definitely have to say hands on deck with that one. Resources and our Mayor Lucas. Remember at some stage we were supposed to take a trip somewhere. It was not Brazil, it was somewhere. Yeah, so the program director, this is very serious because every time the principal is asking me, Erotropolis, how far are we with it? So you and your team, don't forget, we really have to convene a meeting because she gave me the countries that we have to benchmark with on Erotropolis part. Thank you very much, Program Director. I know you already.
Thank you. Yeah, the participants are hungry by now. But I see Mr. Keto. Mr. Keto, half a minute for you. Ne? And I'm not bullying you. It's just a principle.
Thank you very much. Thank you to the Vice Principal of Teaching of ICT. It's thought-provoking, and I hope that your team and other colleagues will achieve some of your desired ambitions in making sure that the University of South Africa becomes a better institution of higher learning. But I just want to make a plea to the House because I was so touched by the student right here in front of us having to suffer so much in the midst of us as student leaders being present, and also in the midst of those who are at the helm of controlling how the university systems are run. So I really want to make a plea, and it was very important that I make this plea on record so that when I want to do a follow-up, I know where to refer, and those who would have committed, there's some sort of an evidence that is referred to. So my plea was going to be that she has said her problems. They don't need English or you to theorize them. Specifically, Comrade RT, this is a Gauteng student, maybe in your P6 salary, P3, you will take out something smaller to make sure that this student next year is a Unisa student. VP in your P2, P1 category in terms of salary, I hope that you will contribute something. Perhaps it might be from the institution or from your own personal funds, but I really wanted to make sure that this is put on record so that when I do a follow-up come next year, we say that no, on this day, let's refer back to the video where you committed in front of the entire house and the entire world that you'll make sure that no matter what circumstances, this student is going to be fully catered for. I thank you.
Yeah, commitments. VP. They quoted you in the RD. Was not included.
Thank you, Mr. Keto. I was just chatting with Prof. Masalis that what is the right forum for us to approach for these, at least the funding aspect challenge. So I think that is something that we can work on.
Yeah.
I don't know if you want to.
No, I think I'm covered.
Okay.
No, thank you. The commitment has been made, and certainly our VP and the RD will do something about the Nogubonga situation. Colleagues, let's not waste more time, but this was not certainly time wasting. There is a way forward, by the way. I want it also to be on record that we set a meeting, Mr. Rambe, for the Aerotropolis project to take off. We'll have further engagements with the VP at the regional level with staff regarding that, and then the commitment, of course. With that said, Mr. Rambe, please come.
Afternoon, colleagues. I think we are at the end of our event. Before I thank everyone, I think we had to dig deep into our painful past through Dr. Bopape. It is still a painful past. We still have students like Madlamini. It shouldn't still be the case in 2022. But it's beyond even sometimes the university, but it's a country's illness that our past still has dragged itself to our present. And I just hope with this conversation, they will stop here. And it's from what Dr. Bopape said, these changes, they can't happen through papers. They will need managers, they will need leadership in the student command to say, are we happy that we see only women, or we see only boys, or we see only girls, or we don't have that full representation of our community in the country. So I hope, Dr. Bopape, students and the colleagues have heard you. And the best part of this, with technology, we can refer to your conversation today. It's there on YouTube. Yeah. It might be long, but they will be able to go back and say, this is what he said. And these are pieces of legacies that we leave and we're not aware. Because students in 30 years to come, they will quote you as Dr. Bopape said in this meeting in 2022. So this is how we use technology to also assist our history, that students know where we are from and where we are now and where we are heading. And I think Prof. Prinsloo always scares me. And that's why we always invite him, because he gives you things that will scare you. He's just summarized, do you really want this world? This digital transformation that you want, is it exactly what you are looking for? Please know it has two sides. And unfortunately, the bad side is more dominant. You go to social media and everywhere else, where a dominant voice is not people with authority of that information, but they dominate. And I think even in the university, the students are dominating the social environment. And hopefully, this will scare people enough to say, let me first track back. Is this true? Is this right? Is this confirmed? Is this before you move on? Yes. And we are in that space, unfortunately, where we are at an open distance university, meaning even some of our content are released for free through Creative Commons. Are people going to question our content? Is our content coming with integrity and ethics? I think Prof was just saying, be careful what you wish for. Even us colleagues, we say we want to work from home. Be careful of the challenges that comes with working from home. And that's the transformation we're in. And so we touched the past through Dr. Bopape. We spoke about the current, and the VP spoke about the future. And the future looks bright, but it can be brighter with our efforts. Because it's bright on paper now. If, like I said in the morning, if the contribution between students and staff is not equal, we are not going to win. The contribution between management and staff, we are not going to win. The contribution between council and Department of Education, if it's not equal, we are not going to win. So as much as if we could read the theme of today, technology is created by people. It is us who are creating technology. It's not coming from anywhere else. Meaning it is again us who must decide how to use it. So, colleagues, thank you very much for coming. And I just hope we can just say from VP, let's take snippets now of your presentation. The colleagues who are leading those snippets, let them come back, give us more details. If someone is dealing with governance, let them come back. We have issues of social media misconduct from students and staff equally. Someone who's dealing in that space, let them come to us. So colleagues, let me not go too far. I hope I tried to summarize the day. It was our past. We spoke about our present, which is, I thought it was going to be fun, the present. But it looks like it has dragged the painful past. So, but it's upon us in this room and in this generation that when you talk about 2030, Mama Saleh say if you are here or not, the stepping stone for those who are going to stay behind is laid and it's solid. Thank you, Program Director.
Thank you, Mr. Rambe. Colleagues, can we call upon our presenters? Can I start with the VP so that she can receive a token of appreciation from our regional director and team, because we are not doing this alone or only by herself. She has got a team that is working with her. Oh, okay, we'll stand at the background. Oh, okay. Bamba phela uyazayo. Yes.
Program Director, with this little token of appreciation, we would like to say to our own VPICT, thank you very much. This is very little as compared to the big work that you did today. They talk about 2030, but I know that I have planted a seed in Gauteng region.
Yes, that's true.
And with Gauteng region, we're going very far. Yes. But with you today, and now we are saying we're going to fly drones, and the speed is the limit, not the sky. Yeah, because we're going to speed. Thank you very much for gracing our audience.
Thank you. Colleagues, let's call our first relative, Dr. Malikutu Mupape. Yes.
First citizen.
Yeah, the father. Hey.
I'm not losing ways. There's still a lot of work in the region to be done together with you. When we are talking academic excellence, we always forget transformation. And now I have seen now that the partner is here that I'm going to take along on academic excellence. I think Our visit to Botswana will not be completed without him. What do you think? Yeah. So I would like to congratulate you for being with us today. But every time you come here, you come with new ideas, and then we get confused because you have to be a little bit older sometimes and don't bring new ideas. But we thank you very much with the new ideas that you brought. It's a very little token of appreciation.
But thank you very much.
Very much appreciated.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Let me call Vuyo to come and also give to our RD, the host. At least she must get something. It's a surprise.
RD, we don't have many words, but we always appreciate your leadership. This region is doing well simply because of your guidance and your vision, and we like to thank you for that.
Oh, you want one? Again. Oh, okay. Are we okay?